Man. Well, it's a great evening. Yeah, because we're going to have about 30 or 40 seniors that want to come up and speak. Very disgruntled. We're on, yes. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the June 9th, 2026 regular council meeting. This is a meeting of the Township of Montclair. It's being broadcast on Channel 34. It's streaming live on Montclair YouTube channel, and it's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. The meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. The meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting scheduled as set forth in Resolution R-26-064, adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting of February 10th, 26, advertised to the official newspaper on February 26, 26, posted on the Township website and bulletin boards outside of the Montclair Council Municipal Building, and it's remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready, will you please do a roll call?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Here.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Here.
Counselor Harrison?
Here.
Counselor Toller?
Good afternoon, President.
Good afternoon. Counselor Williams absent. Mayor Baskerville?
Present, thank you. At this point in time, we are going to go into the executive session. I'd like to make a motion that we go into the executive session. The purpose of the executive session is matters of personnel. During the executive session, we ask all members of the public to please leave the chambers, and we anticipate that our executive session will take probably until about 7 p.m. And around 7 p.m., we're going to reconvene in the regular session and welcome the public. We want you all to come back at that time. And I so move.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams absent. Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. So who is this?
You're unneeded.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we return to the regularly scheduled portion of our meeting, the public portion of the meeting on June 9th, 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson? There's a clip right
Yes.
there. Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes, please.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams absent. Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask, please, council members, do you have anything that you'd like to have pulled from the consent agenda? If so, I'd like to know.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Number one, and
Councilor D'Amato, anything you want pulled from the consent agenda?
number 32.
Number 1 and 32. Okay. Anyone else? 16.
31.
31.
And 29, just have a question.
I think we. Okay, so 21, 22.
Okay, 21,
20 to
20, 21, and 22?
Since I didn't hear what
Yeah,
you
they're
was-
all like this, it's 20, 21, and 22, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, 2021.
yeah, okay.
and
Your Honor,
33,
33,
2012.
12, okay. Anyone else? Okay,
Counselor Feller, the bills list, did you?
yeah, we have, these are the
I
ones
pulled
that I
number
have
one,
identified so far.
just in case
1,
anybody had a
12,
question.
16, 20, 21, 22, 29, 31, 32, and 33. Are there any others? Okay, at this time, we're going to take a break until 7 p.m. and we'll resume and have our regularly scheduled meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us on June 9th, 2026, 7 p.m. Welcome to the meeting. We're going to begin with the proclamations, and we have some wonderful proclamations. When we call a proclamation, please, if you're here to receive it, or if you're a friend of the people that we're honoring, feel free to come and stand down front with us. After we do the proclamations, the next order of business will be public comment. Please, if you have not done so, will you please sign the clipboard on the front? No. Madam Clerk, please,
Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
yes,
Counselor Toller?
Yes,
Counselor Williams? Absent. Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any of the Eagle Scouts with us this evening? If you're an Eagle Scout, Brenda and family, come on down. We're happy to have you all. Eagle Scout. Right now, come on down. We're going to stand here. The people that are at home will be able to see, the camera will be there. And Deputy Mayor's going to do, we have troop 13 and 12?
No, just 13.
Just 13 this evening. Okay, I'm happy to see you all again. Good to see you.
Oh, so I'm so glad you could all make it today. So we're here tonight to congratulate 5 members of Boy Scout Troop 13 in Montclair, who all last week earned over many, many years of hard work and mentoring and acquiring a lot of leadership skills and life skills, the rank of Eagle Scout. The mayor and Councilor D'Amato and I we had the honor of being able to attend the ceremony last week, and we were just so proud, and I know the families are proud, and they're proud of themselves. So I'm not going to read the entire proclamation because there are 5 of you, but I did want to share what each person, the names, and what each person, a little bit about what they all did to ultimately get the rank of Eagle Scout. Like I said, it's many years of lots of service, and as you can see, they earned a ton of badges. So the first Eagle Scout is Henry Brackenberry, who's a senior at Montclair High School.
Step forward so they'll know who you are.
Oh, right.
Come on up. Henry.
Yeah. So for Henry's Eagle Scout Community Service Project, an animal lover, Henry is, led a crew of about 20 scouts, parents and friends, including 2 fellow scouts from Montclair's Troop 12, to construct 8 bat boxes, which he donated to the Conserve Wildlife Foundation of New Jersey. And if you're wondering what that's all about, the boxes are used to rehome bats when they need to be moved out of people's houses. Bats are considered a keystone species, which I just learned that term recently, because of their huge effect on biodiversity. They eat insect pests and create excellent fertilizer. Through a lot of research, you constructed the boxes to meet the bats' needs, led a crew to over many days to actually construct the boxes, and you're going to study environmental science and English at Reed College in Portland, Oregon in the fall. Yeah. Okay, second, Wyatt Foster. Come on over. Okay. All right, so Wyatt has been a member of Troop 13 since the 6th grade. He's done a lot there. And for his Eagle Scout project, Wyatt, actually, I visited this this over the weekend. He grew up near Watchung Plaza, and he decided to research, write, and design an information panel about the history of Watchung Plaza. Yes, had it produced and then installed at Watchung Plaza Park, and you should all go check it out. It's really interesting. You can learn about the pre-settlement history, the rail line, the plaza's design, and more. And you worked with the public library and the history center to dig up a lot of information, maps and photos. You wrote and designed the board, and you recruited fellow scouts to fact check and proofread it. You also raised the money to actually have the board made and get the necessary town approvals, which I understand might have been a little bit more challenging than expected, but you did it. Wyatt is also a senior at Montclair High, and among other things, he's going to go on to Brown University in the fall to study engineering. Congratulations. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to do one more, and then. Okay, while they figure it out. Ronan Groves, please step forward. Ronan! Hey, Ronan. It says Ronan joined scouting as a Cub Scout and then crossed over to Troop 13, where you served as a senior patrol leader, which is a very high, I think the highest youth position. And you did a lot of great things also. For Ronan's Eagle Scout project, he designed, planned, and led a crew in constructing 2 life jacket racks for the YMCA's Camp at the Lake. You looked at different plans and came up with a design all your own that you thought could work. Worked with about 8 scouts, friends, and family members. You stained pressure-treated lumber and built the racks, which is awesome, and they're going to be able to use those at the camp. You are also, Ronan is a senior at Montclair High, a competitive swimmer, and he is heading off to Hobart and William Smith colleges in the fall to study finance, where he hopes one day to get a pilot's license, which is so cool.
I only get 2. Jivan Jaiswal? So, for his Eagle project, he developed, organized, and facilitated, that's a great word, 3 after-school urban farming and computer-aided design workshops for children at different Newark schools in the spring of last spring. He recruited a dozen scouts and friends as volunteers and partnered with the Rocket Club Academy, a STEM program in Hoboken, where he interns to co-design, deliver, and lead workshops that introduced underserved students in technology. He's also a senior, and he's been a member of the Foundation's Youth Squad, founded by his cousin, his late cousin, and he's now serving as vice president of the squad and guides a student team that helps carry out the mission of expanding STEM access. it's all fantastic. And you're going to take a gap year? You're applying? No, you're a junior.
I'm a junior, yes.
You're a junior. You've done all this and you're a junior? I never did anything by the time I was a junior. In the meantime, he'll continue attending Troop 13 meetings and mentoring younger scouts, and I am very proud of him. Thank you. You need 2 more signatures on that. And last for now, but not least, because there will be more next year, hopefully. It's unbelievable, the productivity. Max Pearson. I love this one. So he was looking for an Eagle project. He immediately thought of the Montclair Cooperative School, which he had attended from pre-K through 8th grade. Topping their wish list was a hefty, literally, project, removing a rotting wooden retaining wall that had collapsed, blocking part of the school's walkway and playground, and building a sturdier 50-foot replacement. So I know that Mr. Bateman said that there were horrific injuries to some of the adults that were involved in this, moving the rocks around. It was a solid masonry thing that was done for obviously a fantastic cause and with great love and appreciation. That was done. He led a crew of scouts, family, and friends, and finally constructed a new wall out of 3 tons of blocks. It also reclaimed a back entryway, adding another emergency exit for the school. So the safety part of it. So now he's a senior. He is a senior, as you can tell. He's a project manager on the robotics team, captain of the swim team, co-president of the Model UN and Model Congress. Yeah. Wow, that's pretty good. And co-founder of the Student Action Political Organization. He will head off in the fall also to be an engineer and study politics at UCLA. Max Pearson is a hero, an eagle. You need 2 more signatures tonight.
Yes.
Can I say a quick word?
2 minutes.
No, it's going to be quicker than 2 minutes. Good evening, Michael Bateman, Scoutmaster, Troop 13. I just want to thank this council. Mayor, thank you. Councilors for coming out to our Eagle Court of Honor on Saturday at Union Kong Church. We have been with Union Kong since the foundation of Troop 13 in 1911. Wow. We have been here service, yes, and I couldn't be more proud of the Fab Five behind me. I called them the Fab Five. This is what it's all about. We are so lucky to have these guys in Montclair, and they're going to go out and do great things in this world, and they're going to be great leaders, and it's all because of our friends and neighbors and a great council. Thank you, Mayor. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Mayor gets in the middle. The rows between the thorns.
There you go.
Our committee chair, Louis Villafana, thank you.
Hey.
Yeah.
Woo.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
No? Okay. Okay, next up is, we have a proclamation in memoriam of Susan Irby. Is Rebecca Irby here yet? Oh, hi. Thank you. So please, if anyone is here and would like to stand with us as we read this proclamation into the record, so it will be here in perpetuity and memorandum for all of the great things that Susan Irby did. Does people here know who Susan Irby was? Oh my gosh, you guys missed it. Yeah, she's one of the great people that touched so many people in so many ways, and I am really honored to be able to present this to you. Hey, how are you? Good, come on up. This is her daughter, Rebecca Irby. Susan E. Irby, lovingly known to many as Sue, passed away peacefully on April 21st, 2026, surrounded by loved ones after a courageous journey with Parkinson's and pancreatic cancer. Sue was a devoted mother, a fierce advocate, caregiver, community leader, beloved friends whose life work helped to shape a more inclusive world for all people, people with disabilities and their families in Montclair, but also across all of New Jersey and beyond. She became known for her unwavering commitment to disability rights, accessibility, dignity, and care. Among disability advocates in town, Sue was affectionately called the RBG of disability rights, a reflection of both her brilliance and her relentless commitment to justice, and indeed she was. I had the privilege and honor of knowing her since about 2008. Whereas for more than 40 years, Sue lovingly cared for her daughter, Leslie, whose life and spirit shaped so much of Sue's advocacy and purpose. Her commitment to disability inclusion was never abstract. It was lived every single day through love, through persistence, and the belief that every person deserves to be seen, supported, and included. And Sue's advocacy extended beyond New Jersey. She helped advocate for and strengthen language connected to the American with Disabilities Act. She contributed to the broader national movement for disability rights, accessibility, and equal protection. While much of her work was rooted in New Jersey, her impact reached far beyond the state. Through her advocacy, Sue contributed to a movement that helped make New Jersey a national leader in protections, services, and quality of care for people with disabilities. And whereas her work opened doors for families, strengthened communities, strengthened people's understanding, and helped ensure that people with disabilities could live with greater dignity, access, and a sense of belonging. And whereas one of the projects closest to Sue's heart was the all-access playground at Edgemont Memorial Park in Montclair. Everybody knows where that park is, right? Susan Irby. She was relentless with that, along with some other people who may be sitting here. She helped to bring the vision to life so that the children of all abilities could play together with their families and their peers, and they could feel welcome in public spaces. It's fitting that her celebration of life that was held at the playground, it was held at the very playground where she helped to welcome that into the community for others, a place that stands as part of her lasting legacy. Sue leaves behind her daughter Leslie and Rebecca Irby, her son-in-law George Mace III, her brother Daniel, her sister Marcia, and their extended families, and a wide community of friends, neighbors, advocates, families whose lives were changed by her courage, her humor, her compassion, her fierce commitment to justice. And the family is also working with the township to establish a permanent memorial at that playground, perhaps a plaque. We're still in the planning stage of that, in her honor. It gives me great pleasure and such an honor. If you knew Sue, she stands for everything that I strive to be. She was just love. She was caring. She was giving. Even when her hands were so full at many times, she still found a way to reach out to others and care for people. So I am proud to say that my life will be forever changed for the better because Sue Irby shared her time with me.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. It's such a deep honor, and incredible to see when community comes together, what's possible. And I want us to remember that in these moments that are very difficult ahead of us. It's only through community and through coming together with a shared mission that we actually accomplish the world that we all deserve and that we all want. So thank you all for being here and for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Much love. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. Thank you so much for coming. Pride. Our final proclamation for today is out Montclair. We're honored to have the team that here for out Montclair. Also, if you'd just like to come and stand with us as we read this proclamation, you don't have to necessarily be without Montclair. If you want to come and stand with us. We're celebrating the LGBTQIA plus community and all the great things that are happening in the township. Anyone else here that wants to come on down? It's okay to hug you tonight. Is it okay?
Good. All right. We have everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone else? Okay. Who has it?
Who has it?
Somebody. Oh, Bill has it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Going to read a proclamation for Pride Month. Okay. Whereas our nation, founded on the principle of equal rights for all people, but fulfillment of this promise has been long in coming for many Americans. Some of the most inspiring moments in our history have arisen from various civil rights movements that have brought one group after another from the margins to the mainstream of American society. And whereas in the movement towards equal rights for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer identifying, intersex, asexual, and more people, a historic turning point occurred in New York City on June 28, 1969, the onset of the Stonewall riots. During these riots, LGBTQIA plus citizens rose up and resisted police enforcement that arose out of discriminatory criminal laws that have since been declared unconstitutional. In the 5 decades since, civil rights for LGBTQIA plus people have progressed substantially, and LGBTQIA plus pride celebrations have taken place around the country every June to commemorate the beginning of the Stonewall riots. And whereas in communities throughout the country, some barriers that limit the potential of LGBTQIA plus Americans have been torn down, but too many continue to encounter discrimination and unfair treatment. There are unique challenges faced by sexual and gender minorities, especially transgender and gender nonconforming individuals of all skin tones, but especially people of color. And whereas all people deserve to live with dignity and respect, free from fear and violence, and protected against discrimination during LGBTQIA plus Pride Month, we celebrate the proud legacy of LGBTQIA plus individuals have woven into the fabric of our nation, our state, and our township. And whereas we honor those who have fought to perfect our union, and we continue our work to build society where every child grows up knowing that their country supports them, is proud of them, and has a place for them exactly as they are. Now, therefore, the mayor and the council of the Township of Montclair do hereby dedicate and proclaim June as LGBTQIA plus Pride Month and celebrate the great diversity of all residents.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much to the mayor, the council, town manager. On behalf of Out Montclair, Montclair Pride, and our LGBTQIA plus community, I'm honored to accept the Pride Month proclamation on everyone's behalf. I just want to say the most important takeaway is that Pride teaches us that progress is not measured by the absence of challenges, but by the determination to keep moving forward together. And then it embracing them exactly, and also to keep visible, because visibility makes us stronger. And we're talking about decades. I look back through the decades, and we have become stronger because we have become more visible. We are here. We're not going anywhere. We're here to stay. We are part of the community. We are part of the world. And thank you, everyone who supports us. We have many allies, and I appreciate that. Especially in Montclair. We have to keep Montclair as a model for this. That's why I moved here. That's why my wife moved here. We need to have the diversity that Montclair has always embraced in every aspect. So again, thank you to the mayor, town council for this, and the residents to support our endeavors and our movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody want to take any pictures?
If somebody want to say? Oh, action, a government action.
You have 2 minutes, and then after that, if you all want to take pictures, we can take pictures. Yeah.
Cool. Hi, I'm Alice Liu, and I'm so proud that my hometown of Montclair is proclaiming its support this Pride Month. Pride is many things. It's the freedom to live and love as yourself. It's the joy that comes when you can be who you are and be embraced by your community. And it's the responsibility to stand up for everyone. So Montclair, let's show our pride with this proclamation, with our laws, our votes, and our actions. We are talking about, right now, there's a bill that's going through the New Jersey State Assembly to protect healthcare and both the providers and the receivers of healthcare, both for reproductive and for gender-affirming care. So thank you, everyone who's supporting this. We want to get this passed. We want it statewide because no one can take away our joy, and we will not let anyone take away our freedoms. Thank you.
Thursday, send those lines up.
We were trying to move things along because we have things. Okay, thank you. All right, did you all want to take a picture? Thank you. You all want to smile for the thing?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Is everybody in? I don't want to block anybody. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Smile, smile, and smile. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you for coming. All right, next up. Before we get on to the public comment, did Boy Scouts from Troop 12 come? I was told that they were not here. If they're here, we did not want to pass. They're not here, right? Okay, thank you so much. Oh, we have one more. Oh, Make Music Day. Come on down. Sing your way on down to the mic. Sorry about that.
No,
You know
that's
it's not from my heart. I'm out there every time.
Good evening. Township of Montclair, proclamation declaring June 21st Montclair Make Music Day. Make Music Day is an annual event held on the first day of summer, inspired by France's Fête de la Musique, and now an international celebration which takes place in more than 1,000 cities and countries across the globe. Whereas Montclair will be holding its 13th Make Music Day on June 21st, working with local businesses, organizations, and residents. Whereas Montclair Make Music Day is a volunteer-driven community event organized through Montclair-based arts nonprofit Indie Arts Montclair and the National Make Music Alliance of Towns and Cities. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby declare June 21st to be Montclair Make Music Day and encourage people of all ages and abilities to responsibly gather and celebrate making music in spaces across the township.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll do it real quick.
Go ahead.
I'll do it
Okay,
quick.
Go ahead. You're up.
Special thank you to the council, who, especially Mayor, yes, exactly, has been with us since day one. Mayor Baskerville has been at meetings in our first year, And we will be celebrating music. It's also Father's Day on Sunday, June 21st. We kept the language responsibly since the pandemic. It's still in the resolution. But we hope to see you out there, and make music, Montclair. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is public comment. Please, again, if you did not sign the clipboard, please sign it. And we're going to get right to that. Counselor? Oh, sure. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, in the public comment, all speakers must complete the sign-in sheet, which you did, thank you. And everyone is allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please clearly state your name for the record. If you wish to speak on any of the ordinances on second reading, please wait until we get to that portion of the meeting. Otherwise, any topic that you wish to speak on, you're welcome to. We will not be responding to you in this venue. However, that doesn't mean it's not important. That doesn't mean that we don't hear you. We will hear you. And if something requires a response, we'll figure that out and get it to you as soon as we can. And if anyone here wishes to reach out to individual council members or the manager, we are happy to do that too by email. You can call me, I'll pick my phone up, but I do want you to know that just because we're not responding, it doesn't mean it's not important to us. First up is Ms. Carolyn Lack. Would you please come forward?
I'm Carolyn Luck, a 70-year-plus resident in Montclair. I have seen the ups and downs in Montclair, and now I'm looking at the ups and downs of the fastly growing senior community in Montclair. We've had a lot of frustrations over the years, particularly in getting a freestanding senior center. But I want to speak today about the good things that have occurred during this time. And many of the good things have been created by somebody who has now been taken away from her activities with the seniors. I'm talking about Michelle DeWitt. We don't know what happened. We don't know what happened, but I think tonight you're going to hear from many people who have been touched by what she has done for the senior population in Montclair, both in establishing new programs, in enabling programs, running trips, and actually leading some of them herself. She is loved by so many people, and now so many people are frustrated because she is not working for the seniors now. My hope is that you can find somebody who will mediate between the groups or group of people that are in controversy about this, so that very soon Michelle DeWitt will be back doing what she loves to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest is Samur, Samur. The last name starts with the R. I'm sorry, I can't read the writing too well. Can you read that? The last name looks like it's a R-O-I-N-I. Is that R-O, Romeo? Is there anybody that has the initials S-R that's present here that signed up? I'm sorry, we can't read the writing. It looks like S-A-M-U-O-R. Okay, I'm going to go to the next one. The next person is Barbara Golub, I'm sorry, thank you. Next guest is Barbara Golub.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Barbara Golub, and I've been a 60-plus year resident of Montclair and an avid participant in the Senior Citizens Program through the Mill, Montclair Institute for Lifelong Learning. I'm here to express my deep concern over the termination of Michelle DeWitt from her 9-year position as a Senior Citizens Program Coordinator, the development of the many senior programs we have now. I personally have participated in the bereavement group, Spanish conversation, chair yoga, and birding programs at the Van Vleck Gardens and others. These programs nourish our minds and bodies, get us out of the house to meet up and make new friends, learn new skills, all of which have made us want to age in place in Montclair. That being said, I think what we seniors need most at this point is reassurance that these programs are not going to disappear now that Michelle is at this moment no longer curating and continuing them. Our hope is that we can count on Montclair to continue to provide our seniors with programs we have come to love and more programs as well. That our senior years continue to be as engaging and fruitful as they have been. Thank you for your understanding.
Yes, thank you very much. Next guest is Sandra McGrea. If I'm mispronouncing it, please forgive me. It looks like Sandra McGreo. Okay, Cecilia Bustos, Cecilia A. Hi. Thank you.
Hi. Although I'm a resident of Verona, I'm connected with Montclair a great deal through the arts and through having met Michelle not more than 3 months ago. My personal impression has been she is an absolute perfect person to work and represent for the senior community. I am going to be 77 years old, June 14th, and I think it's essential that we have a person that represents the community, the elderly community, and motivate us to go out, participate, meet other people. Through Michelle, I've made wonderful friends the past 3 months, and I think it would be a disservice for her not to be in this program. That's my personal opinion, and I hope you all consider reinstating Michelle.
Thank you so much. Our next guest is Vicky Romay.
I move here.
I'm sorry, will you please state your name for the record, because I'm not doing well with the pronunciation and we need to have it for the
Vicky
record.
Romay.
Thank you very much.
So I moved from Florida 4 years ago to Montclair. At my age, it's so difficult to find a new group of people. And then I saw the program and I started to come what was there. And I found so different things, event, teaching, English, Spanish, so many things at the same time that I say, wow, it's incredible that this community offered me, that I am new here, so many things. I start to have new friends, and I start to feel that this is now my community, because Michelle is a kind of person that is so open for everyone. She tried to give always something for you. She always asks, what do you think about that? So it's so frustrated to know that she's out right now. And I don't know the other people, but for me, it was really very hard to understand what happened with this professional person that always is in the side of the senior people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, Joyce Booker, please. Joyce Booker.
Good evening, everyone. My name
Good
is
evening.
Joyce. My name is Joyce Booker. I'm going to read so that I don't forget anything. All right. I would like to take this opportunity to express my displeasure to hear about the termination of one of your most valuable and respected managers. Last week, we found out that Michelle DeWitt has been terminated from her position as the Senior Citizen Program Coordinator for the Township of Montclair. I have been a participant of the lifelong Montclair program for more than 3 years and a resident for the majority of my life, which is substantial. Michelle has served the Montclair community in an exceptional way during that time, and I'm sure that she's done so for some years prior as well. She not only coordinated the exercise programs at 3 different sites, but the craft programs at each senior center also. Michelle always served with a smile on her face and made sure every participant felt welcome and appreciated. I am not an art major in any sense of the word. However, Michelle arranged for beading and painting instructors to teach us techniques which will serve us all quite well now and into the future. I understand that Stephen Marks is new to his position as township manager, so he just might not be aware of the value that Michelle brings to this program and its participants. I want him to be aware that he's losing an experienced and valuable manager if he doesn't correct this drastic mistake and restore her to her former position as soon as possible. Respectfully, Joyce Booker.
Thank you. Next guest is Kamala Khan. Khan, Kamala, Kamla. Khan, if your initials are KK, I could be, but it looks like Kamla, Khan. No, okay. Liz Zazi?
That's me. Okay. Hi, everyone. I didn't prepare remarks, but I'm going to try to speak from my heart.
And please state your name for the record.
Sure.
Everyone,
Liz,
even though I say it, please, when you come up, if you would state your name for the record. Thank you.
Sure. Liz Zazi. I am new to being a senior citizen, and I've only been living in Montclair since 2004. But I do love taking part in the incredible activities that Michelle has coordinated for the seniors. I care passionately about where these events take place, and I'm very concerned that the place where I buy or used to buy my pool pass is somehow envisioned as a remedy for what is now no senior center. You see a room filled with so many people who are seniors, who are here for Michelle because we care so deeply about how she cares about us. And I hope that her advocacy has not been mistaken for insubordination. I hope that her passion has not been confused with anger. And I hope you recognize that she brings such incredible dignity, not only to her position, but to all of us, because we are treated like people who matter. And in a town where understandably children are our future, sometimes the senior population is so marginalized that we feel like there are a group of eager parents who would just like us to shut up, pay our taxes, and maybe just leave and give them the real estate. And what we would appreciate, because we are taxpayers and we do care not only about this town but about each other, is to be treated with respect and to have a woman of Michelle's intelligence and passion dismissed with no explanation to the people that she serves that truly care about her. The way she cares about us. We're told we can speak, but you won't answer us, and I understand that. But you need to understand that we need Michelle. We don't want somebody who's going to come in and pick up the pieces of what she created and attempt to do something that's going to be, pardon my language, half-assed. We need it fully assed. And the person for that job is Michelle DeWitt.
Thank you so much.
I guess that's my time.
Lydia Grillo. Next guest is Lydia Grillo. I'm sorry? The next guest is Lydia Grillo. Okay, yes. You sure, you come down, state your name. You have your 3 minutes as well, yes.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Barbara Mulder, 35-plus year resident. And just to support what people have been saying, how instrumental I think Michelle has been, I tried to retire in about 2017, so it's about 9 years ago, I think. And when I did and tried to reach out to see what there was for retirees, I pretty much was using the adult school and also this new thing, sort of new thing called Meetup. So, I mean, I was struggling, right? And there wasn't this sense of community. Fortunately, retirement didn't stick. I went back to work. I worked through COVID. I come back out, and lo and behold, there's an amazing program that has a diverse array of totally different things. So I'm trying to learn Spanish, right? I mean, many things. But coincidentally, that is like a 9-year period that you have to think the correlation is this person who's been working there for 9 years, Michelle DeWitt. And I just think that should be rewarded and recognized, not penalized. And I'll also just add, I know there's efforts to try to find a centralized physical location, but this person, Michelle DeWitt, has been instrumental in making our decentralized approach work and to give people a sense of community without the physical building. And I think that should be recognized too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next guest is Carl Shekel.
Hi, my name is Carl Shekel, and
Good evening.
I'm here today to talk because I believe what's happening to Michelle DeWitt goes beyond wrong. I believe this is an injustice. I, obviously not a senior citizen, I didn't know Michelle for that long, but from the few weeks I spent with her working on an interview assignment for my journalism class during my senior year at Montclair High School, I could tell she was something special, that her story was something special, that the amount of joy she brought to everyone she was around was something special. When we talk about jobs, budgets, and staffing decisions, it may be easy to reduce people to notes on a spreadsheet, but Michelle is not a line item, and throwing her employment around borders on evil. She is a person whose entire life has been defined by service, compassion, and an extraordinary commitment to others. Michelle has spent years helping senior citizens in our community. The people she served were friends, family members, and human beings who depended on her kindness, patience, and care. The work she did can't and should never be measured solely on reports or numbers. It should be measured in the dignity she provides to elderly residents, the comfort she offers during difficult days, and the trust she's worked tirelessly to build with the people who needed her most. When I think about Michelle, I think about the story she told me of her family for the assignment I mentioned previously. Faced with obstacle after obstacle, she refused to give up on giving her child a loving home. She crossed oceans, navigated complex international systems, and devoted years of her life helping her son understand his identity, reconnect with his roots after a lengthy and complicated adoption, and build relationships with family members half a world away. That journey required patience, determination, empathy, and selflessness. Those are the exact qualities that made her exceptional at serving seniors. This is a woman who spent months in a foreign country visiting a child every day before bringing him home. This is a woman who dedicated years to helping her son find answers about where he came from. This is a woman who built bridges across languages, cultures, and continents because she believed family mattered. And now, after spending her life caring for others, she is being told that her service is no longer valued. That sends a troubling message not just to Michelle, but to everyone in this community. It tells us that dedication can be overlooked, that compassion can be discarded, that the people who spend their lives lifting others up can be cast aside when it becomes convenient, that merit means nothing. So I ask the members of this council and town not to look at Michelle as an employee or a number or a budget consideration. Look at the life she has lived. Look at the people she has helped. Look at the values she represents. Communities are not built by buildings, budgets, or policies alone. They are built by people like Michelle, people who show up every day and make life better for someone else. Losing Michelle is not just a loss for her. It is a loss for the seniors she serves, a loss for this town, and a loss for the values we claim to stand for. So I urge you to reconsider this decision and recognize what so many people already know. Michelle is exactly the kind of person our community should be fighting to keep. Thank you.
Next guest, please. Next guest is Maria Dyer. Next guest, Maria Dyer, please. Good evening.
Hi, Maria Dyer. Michelle DeWitt saved my life. I've been in Montclair for 45 years. My children have gone to the schools here, gotten on the bus, Nishawane, Hillside, Glenfield, Montclair High. They participated in sports and music, and they met other children of different races and different religious and political beliefs. In 2020, everything shut down because of COVID. I was in the demographic of the most endangered population, seniors. Somehow, Michelle DeWitt became my new best friend. She introduced me to Zoom. I was able to get my classes on my computer. I was able to take many more classes in the comfort of my own home. I discovered that I was not the only one who had a new best friend in Michelle. She was the hub at the center of all of our days together. I met many new friends. We were not as frightened by COVID because of useful health information and fun distractions. I learned to play poker. It wasn't just that the classes at the mill. I had taken other classes other places, and I never walked out feeling the way I did after I walked out of a mill class. There was a magic happening as Michelle DeWitt choreographed every moment of our day. Her spirit was contagious. She brought out the best in every one of us. Classes grew. We expanded to Wally Center. Old people were driving up and down Bluefield Avenue, Valley Road, the library. We had birthday parties every month with live entertainment, sing-alongs at the senior housing facilities. We were experiencing the same diversity project that my children benefited from in the Montclair Public Schools. I now know and love a lot more people in Montclair and the neighboring towns. I am a senior whose life was saved because one woman envisioned a utopia of a senior community. Most recently, Michelle wrote a script about us and partnered with the Vanguard Theater to tell the story of the mill, complete with Broadway music and humorous sketches. Ironically, we have shut down the show temporarily. Our message for the play is that in spite of all the obstacles, we keep moving forward because of all the people involved. But we are heartbroken that Michelle seems to have been plucked from our midst without a chance to investigate what happened.
Thank you very much.
Just
Next guest, please.
One more sentence.
Thank you very much. The next guest is Diane Picciuto, please. Picciuto.
My name is Diane Picciuto.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's such a
okay.
beautiful
I wish
name.
It was
I
Smith.
botched
What do
that
you mean?
one. Sorry.
I have to spell it. Thank you for your time and listening. I'm here in support of Michelle DeWitt. I love Michelle DeWitt, and I have told her to her face, I retired 9 years ago, and I love it. And it coincided with Michelle's tenure with Mill. And it was my lucky day when I discovered Mill. I've taken numerous classes. My friends and colleagues from Mill see me taking notes. I have 3 full journals of notes from topics that range all over the map. And I credit Michelle DeWitt for her tenacity, her dedication to the job at hand, given limited budgets and support. She is a bright light for all of us. I'm not in your shoes. I don't know what happened. None of us do when she was abruptly let go. But I have to tell you, we were all very shocked and alarmed, and we've heard this from others. My family has been in Essex County over 125 years. I love the area that we live in, and Michelle DeWitt brought such heart and soul to her work. I worked for 45 years in a great career that spanned many different areas, and I dealt in different ways with government officials, nonprofit donors, and others. I know a little something about customer service, dealing with others that are different from us, who have more power than us or less, and all age groups and diversity. And I have to say, I found Michelle to be top-notch in dealing with the clients, us seniors, and others, to bring these programs to the fore. My colleague here from Mill mentioned COVID. That was a lifesaver for me too, and for many, many others that kept going during that difficult time. And Michelle, I just think the world of her, and I do hope there may be some opportunity
to reconsider her stature in Mill, because she really and truly is the lifeblood of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next guest, Claire Ciliata, please. Claire Ciliata.
Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street. This is hard to follow after that. Anyhow, on June 3rd, with 4 votes, 3-0, 1 abstention, the zoning board determined that 260 Park Street is a commercial or NC zone. Why? Because the builder believed an erroneous map, as did his attorney, Mr. Tremulak. Mr. Sullivan, allegedly our town lawyer, said, and I quote, "I haven't heard anybody present any evidence that says that the map shows that the property is in any zone other than an NC zone." Which map? And is that really the issue? Okay, then Mr. Tremulak, who was once Montclair's attorney and should therefore be extremely familiar with the zoning laws, stated in the best doublespeak I've heard in quite some time, said that if you can't rely on an erroneous map, well, then, and I quote, "That's terrifying." So here we are. Ms. Pickett's lawyer proved that the zoning ordinance has never been amended for this property. Zoning ordinances have been amended, but never for this property, and therefore it is residential by law. Mr. Tremulak and Mr. Sullivan did not even try to prove that this lot had indeed been amended, or the ordinance. No valid approval can be given unless a proper D variance has been issued. No variance was ever sought or granted. So my understanding under the laws of the state of New Jersey is this: the ordinance controls over any map. According to the law, the zoning ordinance controls, not a printed map. A map is merely an illustrative aid, and this is New Jersey law. Ms. Pickett's lawyer showed that the ordinance designating this lot had never been amended to reclassify this particular parcel from residential commercial, ever. No map can change that legal reality. A zoning map has no independent legal force. It is the ordinance that creates zoning classifications. A misprint on a map does not amend the ordinance. Actually, I'm shocked that this developer and Mr. Tremulak and our lawyer and Ms. Talley, who's been zoning person for 15 years, did not seem to review the zoning ordinance text. They seem oddly to just rely on a map, which a board member had already shown had several other errors, including his own home. So in sum, the zoning ordinance has classified this property as residential for over 100 years. No ordinance was ever passed to change it. A printed map error is not a law. The developer has a legal obligation to review the actual ordinance before purchasing. No permit was issued, no construction has occurred. There is no reason to stop Montclair from enforcing its residential zoning. And I have laws to quote. I feel like I am being snookered.
Okay, thank you so much. Next guest is Gerald
Fierst. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gerald Fierst. Yes, I would just like to continue what Claire was bringing up. The lawyer, our attorney, presented 6 or 7 maps going back to 1974 showing the property as a residential property. And Claire has found that you look at Bonaventure, Intel versus Borough of Spring Lake, 350 New Jersey, Super 420, Appellate Division 2002, limits on estoppel against municipalities, and Irving v. Township of Neptune, 305 New Jersey, High Superior Court, 65-2, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know what this means. Division 1997, good faith reliance standard. It's just, again, one of these situations where something is being done without explanation, without legal authority, but just because, frankly, from my point of view, somebody has a connection with somebody else.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest is Kathy Dewey, D-E, either a N-A-Y or D-E-W-A-Y, 530 Valley Road. Hi.
Hello, my name is Kathy Denny, and I just want to add my voice in favor of Michelle
Denny.
for all the work she has done. Oh,
Just tip it down, so, yeah.
that's what happens when you shrink. Thank you for all the work she has done, all the time she has given, always in good faith. And when somebody works so hard, they should be rewarded and appreciated, not terminated. Thank you.
Next guest is Susan Spanier. Spanier.
My name is Susan Spanier, and I'm here. I don't speak well in public, but Michelle meant the world to myself and my husband, Joseph, who was involved for the last 9 years in all the activities that Michelle put forward, or many of them. I just don't understand, and I wish you all could give us an answer. We all want an answer as to why. And now my husband is an invalid. He was not. He became an invalid. He went to an exercise class, which he loved, went to ShopRite, came home with no bag, and fell. Fractured his neck in 2 places, and 17 stitches in his head. I was still working. This happened last April. Since then, I met Michelle, and she was a lifesaver for me. I have now become a member of the art program she put forward, the exercise classes, and the play that was spoken about before. It's just very distressing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next guest is Wendy Pollock. Wendy Pollock, please.
Hi, Wendy Pollock. I think everybody's done an amazing job of talking about what a wonderful job Michelle has done and how creative and professional and what she's brought to this program. But I have another slight issue, which is her leaving and firing has never been formally announced to the senior community. It's all been through word of mouth and friends talking. And I guess what's really confusing and disturbing is there's been a total lack of transparency, coupled with a climate of secrecy and fear. Since Michelle is so valued, obviously, by the senior community, obviously our input was never considered. So it would seem her firing can't be based on her job performance, and leads us all to wonder what it could be. What could have been so precipitous or crazy that she would be fired after 8 years of service without a backup plan, without a plan B, and obviously there is no plan B. Currently, the senior programs are in 3 distinct, not close locations throughout town, making it challenging to attend at times and especially challenging to supervise. I mean, we see Michelle running all the time between them, trying to manage it all. We moved here 8 years ago. We pay significant taxes on a condo and utilize very little of the town's resources other than the senior programs. Seniors make up about 27% of the town's population, and with Michelle's firing, the multiple locations, and the lack of input, we don't feel valued or appreciated. We need transparency, we need clarity, Michelle back, and perhaps a town council that has our interests at heart. Thank you.
Next guest, Nick Giglia.
Good evening. My
Good
name
evening.
is Nick Giglia.
I'm sorry.
I've heard much worse. I am the founder and chairman of ROOT, Restore Our Transit in Essex. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan advocacy organization dedicated to enhanced service, expanded rider experience, and equitable access. I want to thank the Montclair Council, New Jersey Transit, and the task force for running the survey whose results were recently published and will be fully delivered to the council today. The abrupt closure of decamp bus service 3 years ago left a significant mobility gap, and this was the first time residents were asked if they're satisfied with the current situation. When you look at the results, several themes emerge. First, residents adapted to the loss of service. The demand for transit didn't disappear, but the ways people access it changed. People are driving, changing routines, or finding workarounds. ROOT itself started with a workaround. I drove to Secaucus to attend a hockey game with my son and started asking bigger questions after running into an immovable constraint, a tired kid who didn't want to walk back to the car. Most importantly, adaptation should not be confused with satisfaction. The survey shows that 85% of the respondents want more weekend train service. 68% support extending weekend rail service beyond Bay Street, and 60% want additional bus service. These are clear and substantial majorities. They confirm what many residents have been saying for years. People in this community want better transit options. The survey allows us to move beyond asking whether there is a problem. The community has spoken clearly through the survey, but it also speaks through its actions. It speaks whenever someone asks how to get to a game, a show, or dinner with friends, and whenever someone chooses to drive just because it's easier. The next step is continuing the conversation about how Montclair, New Jersey Transit, and the broader region can work together to provide service that better meets the needs of residents and visitors alike. This is not just a Montclair issue. Residents of Bloomfield, Glen Ridge, Little Falls, and beyond rely on the same transit connections and have a stake in this conversation's outcome. The survey identified concerns such as pedestrian safety around the Montclair Farmers Market. Walnut Street is my neighborhood. I visit the market with my family whenever we can, unless some kid activity prevents it. It's an important part of our community, and I'm confident that solutions can be found that support both the market and improve transit service, like other communities have been able to do. Thank you again to the council, Deputy Mayor Anderson, the task force, and the thousands of residents from across Montclair who took the time to participate. I hope this report serves as the beginning of the next phase of this conversation and ultimately leads to the better service our community both wants and needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, Don Zeef. Don Zeef.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good
Don
evening.
Zeef. I'm a member of the working group the former speaker referenced, and I can't think of a more avid supporter of train transportation in Montclair than myself. I won't go into all my transportation credentials, but I have to say that in spite of that, I take a very dim view of additional weekend train service further than Bay Street Station. The only reason this committee exists is that the camp bus lines, as the former speaker said, went out of business during COVID. The camp had provided hourly bus service to New York City on the weekends as well as weekdays, and combined with our weekend train service, residents had the choice of bus or train travel to New York City on the weekend, and it really worked. The issue I have is the committee's request for New Jersey Transit to provide train service that stops at every station in Montclair or the weekend, just as it does every weekday. I'm going to jump right into my conclusion and recommendation, and then I'll go back into my reasons. And in most cases, the best solution to any problem is the simplest one. Here, the simplest and best solution is to have New Jersey Transit replicate the hourly weekend bus service that the CAM offered for over 50 years and have hourly as opposed to 2-hour train service to Bay Street. I have two main issues. One concerns quality of life, and the other I'll call life itself. The quality of life issues are the detriments associated with train service north of Bay Street. There is additional noise on the weekend, additional traffic delays at our 12 grade crossings, limited parking around our train stations, which is used by our retail merchants, and safety issues at the farmers market on the Saturday farmers market for consumers. My life itself category concerns overall safety. First, your own Vision Zero program the town has adopted, with the laudable goal of reducing the number of fatalities and risk of serious injury between vehicles and pedestrians to zero, and the goal is to get there by 2028. With respect to weekend train service, though, we're already at zero. There is zero chance of a fatality or serious injury attributable to train travel on the weekend. Once an additional train is introduced, the risk of an injury or serious occurrence statistically increases above zero. A train is an inherently more dangerous vehicle than a car. It has 5 or 6 times the stopping distance, and it cannot turn or swerve to avoid something in the tracks. Second, our public safety departments, police and fire. Response time is everything, and waiting at a grade crossing for a train to pass or finish boarding or unboarding increases the risk of injury, serious injury or death at a fire or the commission of a crime. I don't have numbers to share with you, but the way I look at it, in effect, is out of a 7-day week, 2 days are a little bit safer than the other 5. In summary, these are the issues I'm not sure can be solved, but the bottom line is they don't even have to be confronted if we adopt the simple solution of replicating the camp weekend bus service and having hourly train service to Bay Street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next guest is Jennifer Markham.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Markham.
How are you?
I'm a senior in Montclair, living in Montclair for over 40 years. And I just want to say that we are all in such disbelief and disappointed that Michelle had to be let go. And we don't know why. We are in the dark, and we are really upset about it, and we really want her back. And the fact that so many seniors have shown up today should be good reason as to why this is a major mistake that has been made to let Michelle go. So we need to know why, and we really would like to have her back because we all love her and she loved her job. I settled in Montclair over 40 years ago, and I retired about 10 years ago. And I looked to move somewhere to retire, which was very similar to what we have right now. We looked overseas to Uruguay, to Spain, to South Africa. And we said, why are we looking so hard when we're right here in this town where we want to be, so we want to stay here? So we really would like to stay here, and my request is for you please to consider to bring Michelle back again, because we love her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next guest is Jeffrey Grayson.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville and council members.
Good evening.
I'm Jeffrey Robert Grayson, and tonight I'd like to discuss the term boots on the ground. In the military, boots on the ground refers to the physical presence of ground troops in a combat zone. This is seen as a last resort because it ensures that there will be mass casualties on both sides. During the Civil Rights era, boots on the ground referred to nonviolent marches organized by freedom fighters to protest racial discrimination, segregation, and to secure voting rights. No one will ever forget what happened at the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama in 1965, in what became known as Bloody Sunday.
Marchers would often sing the refrain, "We shall overcome." In more recent times, because of repeated instances of police brutality and not guilty verdicts, boots on the ground often features the refrain, "No justice, no peace." Here in Montclair, there has been a recent example of boots on the ground that pales in comparison to the above mentioned, but it is noteworthy nonetheless for reasons I will discuss here tonight. Recently, 2 council members put boots on the ground to tour the area of Sutherland Road, Stonebridge, and Graham Terrace with the intention of implementing speed and safety controls at the Harrison Avenue and Cedar Avenue intersection, and to convert Sutherland into a one-way. They received input on this initiative by the Complete Streets Director and Township Engineer, who both suggested that traffic control on Harrison needs to include making Sutherland a one-way. The logic used to support this decision could easily be applied to 50 other intersections in town. If the councilors expended this much effort and energy to achieve this result, why hasn't the same enthusiasm been used to address the ongoing problems that persist at Union Gardens? Now, I understand that councilors may prefer their boots to walk in neighborhoods with manicured lawns and million-dollar homes. Union Gardens has non-working elevators, an unusable communal space in need of mold remediation, improperly disposed of trash that attracts insects and rodents. The superintendent is missing in action. The property management company doesn't seem to care about quality of life issues. The residents of Union Gardens have sought relief year after year, and their concerns have fallen on deaf ears. I can't help but wonder what is the root cause of this apathy. Your voting record suggests that you don't care about the concerns of Montclair's African American community. Your policies suggest that in the near future, you don't anticipate there being many of us left in Montclair. If it's that apathy, those votes, and those policies that made seeing the boots on the ground of certain councilors marching in the African American Heritage Parade like watching someone tap dance on the graves of our ancestors.
Thank you. Next
You have
guest,
got
please.
to do better.
Anna Grossman.
Hi, good evening. Anna Grossman, Essex Avenue. Montclair's own documents tell us what we need to do. Our Sustainability and Resilience Master Plan Amendment sets a goal of 10% canopy increase by 2040, based on a 2016 baseline of 38%. I suspect our canopy is substantially less than 38% today, so we're already starting further behind than our goal assumes. We'd know if certain reports had been filed, but they haven't. Our climate action plan names tree canopy as a critical climate mitigation strategy. The science behind these documents is not in dispute. This year, New York City released its first ever urban forest plan. Their chief climate officer described trees as one of the most affordable and accessible ways to help adapt to a changing climate. Their deputy mayor called the urban forest living infrastructure, and like every system that keeps the city running, it deserves investment, care, and measurable goals. Roughly 55% of Americans live in neighborhoods at least 8 degrees hotter than surrounding rural areas. Trees are the single most cost-effective intervention we have. And yet, as Margaret Renkel wrote in the New York Times, we have somehow gotten the idea that planting a tree has the same practical effect and moral force as preserving one. A tree is a tree, right? If one happens to be growing in a place where you don't want it, just cut it down and plant another. That's exactly the logic our current flat one-to-one ordinance endorses. Tonight, we can end it. We have a structural problem. Roughly 90% of Montclair's trees are on private property. Our township is just over 4,000 acres, and public plantable ground represents roughly 6% of that. The math is brutal. We cannot reach our own master plan goal through public planting alone. This ordinance is not optional. It's the only tool we have. So what does this ordinance need to accomplish? It needs to stop the net loss. A flat 1-to-1 ratio, one ornamental cherry for one 36-inch oak does not replace what is lost. Scaled replacement ratios are the foundation of any credible ordinance. It needs to protect what cannot be replaced. As Rankel puts it, we don't have 150 years to wait for a seedling to reach its full glorious height before we start protecting the trees among us. A 100-year-old extraordinary tree is not replaceable on any human timescale. We need a genuine necessity standard, a preponderance of evidence, written land use board findings. Verona has this, Highland Park has this, Montclair should too. It needs teeth, and it needs to be equitable. The neighborhoods with the least canopy are lower income, with more heat exposure and worse air quality. The tree fund must go where it's needed most and help create and preserve canopy where we need it most. Before I close, Suzanne Atman, former chair of the MEC, spent countless hours on the preliminary version of this draft. This ordinance exists in part because of her efforts. That deserves recognition tonight and a reminder that humane environmentalism is how we honor the place we choose to live in and
Thank
the
you.
obligation that
Next guest,
choice
please.
carries.
Ariel Ariel?
Ariel Eckstedt, 316 Park Street. Trees are not decoration, they are infrastructure. A mature canopy tree can reduce ambient air temperatures by up to 10 degrees. It absorbs stormwater that would otherwise flood basements and overwhelm our shared drainage system. It filters the particulate matter and ground level ozone that trigger asthma attacks in children. These are not amenities. These are public health interventions, and they are not reaching everyone equally. The proposed Chapter 324 is a meaningful step forward, but it will only deliver on its equity promise if two things happen. First, the tree fund must be directed toward the neighborhoods with the lowest canopy and the greatest heat burden, not simply within 1,000 feet of wherever the last removal happened to occur. That is a rule that follows money, not need. Second, the developer provisions must be in this ordinance. Development is where Montclair's largest single event canopy losses happen, and those losses do not fall equally across the township. When a developer clears a wooded lot in a lower canopy neighborhood, that community loses something it cannot get back on any human timescale. A sapling planted in mitigation will not provide meaningful shade for 30 years. Good urban design starts with the question of who benefits and who bears the cost. Tonight, I'm asking this council to answer that question correctly. Pass the strongest possible ordinance, direct the tree fund where it is needed most, and commit to the developer provisions now, not later. Our canopy is a shared resource. It should be shared equally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest is Jessica Schlossberg.
Hi, Jessica Stolzberg, Montclair resident. I always notice themes that come up in these meetings, and tonight is about how the leadership of this township protects the vulnerable. And I think we know that children are vulnerable, sick are vulnerable, elderly are vulnerable, and our environment is vulnerable. So tonight, it's interesting to connect that it appears as has been a common theme for years and years since I woke up in this town, that our senior community is vulnerable and does not receive from the township its due. And what we're hearing tonight is another sense of loss for the senior community. As you move forward with your tree ordinance that has been, on ask now to strengthen for close to 3 years after a devastating loss at Woodman Field, I also ask that you consider making it as strong as possible, because it really is for the future of Montclair. And I do know, and so sometimes when I come up here and you feel I'm criticizing or critical or aggressive, as I've been called, that that is there's a sense of not respecting what you are dealing with day by day and keeping our lives, comfortable or easy, et cetera, but the great need of you to protect the future of this town, and that what happens on this dais, the decisions you make tonight, next month, the next month, could impact the safety of this community when you are long gone. And when we look back and we say someone got hurt on a sidewalk and we had begged the township to start protecting our sidewalks better in 2026 and they did not, that it will look back on who was in charge then, who made those decisions. Someone gets hurt, injured terribly on sidewalks. We have parents walking on streets with strollers. We will look back, what were we asking of this township, this town council at that time, and did they do something? So when it comes to the tree ordinance, I have learned today that the Department of Community Services has severed the roots of 20 legacy shade trees in the Ward 1, that it was an accident. How did this happen? There is leadership that has failed. It's an act of failure when we are talking about protecting trees and trees have been decimated. And yet then someone says, give us $300,000 to subcontract for the company that will take them down for us after we have ruined them. It's mind-blowing. We have learned also that the township has not been accredited by the state's urban forestry program since 2016. This is another example of failure. And it's not your fault, but you are the leaders now, and we ask you, please protect our future and correct this failure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please. M something, I can't read the writing. S, the first initial is S, then it looks like D, and then M. The address is 14 Grove Terrace. 14 Grove Terrace. Okay, next guest is Johanna Coxeter. Oh, awesome. Awesome. All right, I'll give you props. I give you props. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Johanna Coxeter, and I'm on Lincoln Street. And I'm halfway to memory care, so I have to bring up my little list. First, I want to thank you. Oh, why, thank you. Absolutely. Now I have an assistant. Thank you for the revised tree removal and replacement ordinance. Please support it, and please strengthen it. I do love that it prevents people from replacing a giant oak with a tiny ornamental cherry. It's got a lot of good things in it, but it needs to be stronger. Developers cut down every single tree on a property. Well, what consequences do they suffer? If we restore the certificate of occupancy hold, then we have some teeth. The 2-year survival should be automatic, not on request. And there should be a 2-year development bar for unpermitted removals. We need teeth in the ordinances. This would be a very strong deterrent. And please plant the trees where they're needed. Anything within the town borders should be acceptable. Extraordinary trees should require a clear necessity standard. Is it a hazard? A qualified arborist should assess it, and a committee of residents should address the situation. There's much more, but I wanted to hit these highlights. Please save our trees. Help our health, help our communities. This says it all. And one last thing. Can you please provide transparency about the senior program coordinator? Oh, one more thing. An error on a map should not change a property from residential to commercial. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, Sarah Avery.
Sarah Avery. I live on Irving Street. Montclair's present affordable housing need is unrealistic and claims to be satisfied by excess credits on non-existent units. And Montclair has no prospective obligation because it is an urban aid municipality, which is a scam. People who experience housing insecurity have a much greater likelihood of suffering lifelong economic inequality and disruption of education. This occurs and is quote unquote legal because tenants aren't owners and aren't required to be notified when variances are sought. Tenants are disenfranchised, a discriminatory practice the township claims is legal. Under Council Harrison's leadership, the zoning board approved 112 variances on 18 properties, converting naturally occurring affordable housing into luxury. A significant group of people who lived on Mission, New, Washington, and Wheeler Streets were completely excluded from the variance approval process and suffered forced displacement accordingly. This is creation of greater need. Montclair's need for low and moderate income housing has exploded and yet has no obligation to satisfy that need. And this was not unpredictable, as the 1975 Mount Laurel decision states, quote, "Even as we write, development proceeds apace. Once an area is developed, it becomes much more difficult to alter its social and economic character." Montclair already has acquired permanent exclusionary characteristics in the historically African American neighborhoods. The evidence fully demonstrates substantial detriment to the public good. 18 properties with a history of tax liens converted to luxury, and at least 141 naturally occurring affordable units converted to luxury and market rate rentals. This practice undermines the general welfare of the community, contrary to the central concept of the Mount Laurel decision. Judge Sapp Peterson wrongly concluded that the elimination of NOAA and the creation of housing insecurity is not within the program to address. That program is only charged with determining if the fourth round plan is compliant with the Mount Laurel Doctrine and the Fair Housing Act, which it is not. A plan claiming non-existent units cannot be compliant. Sapp Peterson further wrongly states compliance with the Act and the Mount Laurel Doctrine is achieved when the plan is fair. The evidence is irrefutable. Montclair's plan is not fair and reasonable and does not adequately protect the interests of lower income persons. It undermines them.
Thank you. Next guest is Marie T-R-E Tresses? Marie. No address listed.
Well, I did list my address, so maybe it's not me, but I'll take the time.
What does this look
I am
like to
listed.
you?
Hello, and thank you all.
Tell us your name, please.
My name is Marie C. Hepp. I'm here to tell you a true story about Michelle DeWitt, longstanding Mill Senior Citizens Coordinator, who was recently abruptly terminated. And I say terminated because anyone who knows Michelle knows that she would never have willingly walked away from serving us seniors. I want to tell you about someone who wasn't just one of your ordinary employees, but someone who put her heart and soul into everything she did for us seniors. It wasn't just a job for Michelle. She has been a friend and a lifeline for us seniors. In the early days of COVID, Michelle found ways to bring us together. She set up cameras so we could play poker and figured out a way for us to place bets privately. It took forever for her to move the camera to each player's position, read our bets, and open our cards. It was such fun. Michelle brought us with her on vacation. She put the camera on and danced the rumba with her father so we could all exercise together. She set up a phone on Thanksgiving as she prepped dinner. sharing stories with those of us who zoomed in, those of us who were alone on Thanksgiving during COVID. She organized bus rides to events at Montclair State University, the Clifton Arts Center, the Newark Museum, and the Paper Mill Playhouse. Those activities did not exist before Michelle joined Mill. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Events that built community amongst people who would never have been brought together. The ramifications of her dismissal are going to be felt for a very long time. This is a profound loss for us seniors. I could go on and on. What have you done to us? With all due respect, I am asking you, Mr. Stephen Marks, as Township Manager, with a thorough investigation of what happened, and being more involved perhaps in the day-to-day operations for the time being, to ensure that this injustice never happens again. Only last week there were scheduling mess-ups, and no one knew how to conduct Zoom meetings, so those classes were unexpectedly canceled. We senior Mill participants are extremely concerned about the quality and quantity of future Mill programs. Apparently, at the moment, there is no one currently in charge capable of fulfilling those responsibilities. We look to you, Mr. Marks, to help sort out this mess and oversee next steps to ensure the robust day-to-day activities that the Mill programs developed under Michelle DeWitt's leadership
Next
continue to
guest,
thrive.
please.
Thank you for your cooperation.
The next guest is Marie, maybe T-R-E-E-S. Is there someone else here that's named Marie that looks like maybe F-R-E-E-S maybe? Marie? Yeah, okay. Is there any Marie at all here that would like to speak? Okay. Next guest is Madeline Gale.
I too am here to talk. Hi, everybody. I'm here to
Name,
also.
please.
Madeline Gale, live in Montclair on Elm Street. I'm here to also talk about Michelle DeWitt. I might not look it, but I'm a senior too. Well, I admittedly don't know much about the details regarding her losing her position as a senior citizens coordinator and leader of the Mill. I wanted to share that she was beloved and highly valued. From my understanding, she created excellent programs and developed activities for seniors that were very well attended and greatly enjoyed. Her departure is a huge loss for the senior community, and it's really heartbreaking and distressing to hear all these folks who depended on her welcoming demeanor and warm smile and provider of a safe place for our elder population. And her presence affected both the young and the old. I take care of 2 small children, and we often spend our time in Edgemont Park, and we often went into the Edgemont Park house, and whenever we were there, she'd bring us to the window, she'd show the kids the egret, and also the heron that were there. I'm glad to say I see a new heron. I know the other one sadly died. But anyway, she always took her time to single out people, make them feel welcome, and do something special with them. And she even invited the young children and I to be part of the senior exercise classes, and we did them a few times with the seniors, which was really nice. So it's really disheartening to see that she's gone and our seniors are going to have such a great loss. I don't know the details. I don't know if she can be brought back, but if possible, I would love to see that happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Next guest, George Carper.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm George Kalfer. I'm a member of Root. I'd like to speak regarding the need for both improved bus service and hourly weekend service, at least as far as MSU, if not further. Both of those, both of those options are needed. The camp routes used to run on weekends. Now the Jersey Transit replacements have only are only running rush hours only. In addition, for local service within the town, the 97 and the 34M don't run on Sunday or late in the evening. The train service, additional train service to Bay Street and MSU would reduce traffic and allow more flexibility with options with regards to traveling to Manhattan. As Nick said, adoption is not the same as the demand being met, and we'd like to encourage that additional transit service to come to the town.
Thank you. John Wentz? Good evening.
John Wens from Midland Avenue, 132 Midland Avenue. I just have a few brief points in regard to transportation. First, I'd just like to say that if you folks are serious about moving Montclair into the future, then you'll do everything that you can to provide quality public transportation. It's going to be well thought out, and perhaps a combination between buses, trolleys, trams, and the train, but a vital part of a functioning city or town is a good, robust transportation system. A definition from Complete Streets, the policy reads, a means to provide a comprehensive, integrated, connected, multimodal network of transportation options through planning, design, construction, maintenance, and operation of new and retrofit transportation facilities along the entire right-of-way for all users of all ages and abilities. All users include pedestrians, bicyclists, persons with disabilities, motorists, movers of commercial goods, and transit vehicle users. And this is especially important to the 30-some-odd% or so that do not have access to an automobile. Finally, if many, if not most of you are in my age group, and my advice to you as a guy who leads what we call a strong towns local conversation, my advice is to pay attention to the changing world. Among other reasons that Montclair is so desirable is because most of it is walkable. That's what younger people are looking for. Through my work with the Strong Towns movement, I find myself spending more than half my time with people half my age. This is what they want. Young people are choosing to move away from an auto-centric world, and public transportation is so very important now, the future, and the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest is Stephen Abendorf, Cedar Grove resident. Stephen. Next guest, Tony Martin, please.
Tony Martin, 41 North Fullerton Avenue. I did not know Michelle DeWitt, and I've never participated in any of her programs. Quite evidently, I am vastly the poorer for that. And I want to say to everybody who's spoken tonight, I've never been prouder to be a woman of a certain age living in Montclair. What I did come to say is not as important as many things on the agenda, and only glancingly related to senior rights. It is a little story. This is what happened to me today. I walked over to Town Hall, and I thought on the way, I'm more vulnerable than usual. I have plantar fasciitis. I'm not wearing the right shoes. And then I got to Town Hall and I thought, you know what? I came here to pick up petitions to, for several groups I belong to participate in the July 4th parade. I need the Parks and Rec Department. They were moved, weren't they? But I don't know where. So I stepped in Town Hall. That
back to the issue of transparency for 1 second. I had asked, where the heck are they going? But I somehow never got that information, and it may be my fault. So I walked in and I asked somebody, and they said, it's at 219 Fullerton Avenue. I live on Fullerton Avenue. I'd only walked half a block. I decided I'd walk further, even though my foot was hurting. And I kept walking and walking and walking. And I said, is it down here somewhere? Or somebody I met on the street, and they said, it's by the town dump. And pardon me, Public Works Department. That's what this person said. And so I walked all the way there. And there was a lovely little new building there I saw next to the Public Works yard. And I went in, and I thought, well, this is really cute. That's a lot farther. I hope everybody knows how to find it. And then I discovered that it's on the second floor, and my foot was really hurting me now. And the elevator's not working. And the elevator hasn't been working apparently for months since that office moved in there. I know your town hall elevator hasn't been working most of the time for quite a while. But I ask you to pay attention to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sampson Jefferson, I think is the last name. Is there Sampson Jefferson? Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, good evening.
Good
I'm
evening.
Rashida Sampson Jefferson. I'm here to talk about Michelle. You know, there's a saying that says, don't take yourself so seriously, take what you do seriously. And so what I see is ego. A lot of times when people have certain positions, that ego kicks in so they don't make the right decisions. And this is what I see with what's going on with Michelle. All these fabulous seniors here, progressive seniors, on the move seniors, get down seniors, we need answers to know why Michelle is not here. She is the type of person who went above and beyond the call of duty, and I know what that looks like because I'm from an honored military family. I myself have been doing that since the 70s, when you give everything you have. This woman has done that. We need Michelle in this position now. And I'm going to leave you with something. I apologize if it offends anyone. No ma'am, no ham, I don't give a damn. We need Michelle.
Next guest, please, Rhea Thompson.
Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Rhea
how are you?
Tompkins, Union Gardens. We have a few tenants with us. First and foremost, we would like to say we want to thank Councilman Williams. He has been listening to us more. And Amina, definitely you as well. You always do. Sad thing about it is 87 unit, 2 elevators, one's been down now for almost a year. I don't want to hear about no part like when the elevator broke down before. It took us 3 years to get it back up, and they told us the part had to come from China. Don't want to hear that again, okay? Number 2, there's still mold in that basement. We have no utilization of that basement. We have no on-site property manager. We have no on-site super. So when things happen, especially on the weekends, we get no help. For a while, for 2 months, we had no hot water every weekend. We couldn't get anybody. Okay, when we do call the number, it was like a rotary. They will call us back, nothing would happen. So we didn't have hot water till Monday or Tuesday. People are still being sent to court for things that they went to court with the previous manager. Oh, and by the way, last time we was here, we had about 3-4 property managers, different property managers in. Okay, also, this one here, her doorknob for a whole month was falling off. That's a security and a hazard. The only reason that they finally came out today and still didn't fix it was because she included Councilman Williams. I think code enforcement and landlord tenant advisory. And of course, because I put the notice on about the town council meeting, so they knew we were coming up here. This is ridiculous, okay, that we still have to live this way. The building is terrible, filthy. The outside don't look too much better than the inside. We did ask you, you did tell us that you wanted to come and speak with some of the tenants. We're just still waiting so you know what your schedule is like so we can partner with you, okay? I know y'all get tired of hearing it, okay? But we live here. We are living here because this is where we can afford to live. All right, and it doesn't matter if you're paying market rent or if you're paying $1 rent. It does not matter. We have a right to live in cleanliness, okay? Our door was just broke from what, Saturday? From Saturday. You couldn't get in the front door, so what were people doing? Taking the mat and sticking the mat in the door to keep the door open. So what does that do? That's a security hazard now. We have everything and anything walking in the building. For a while, we just got the smoke detector kept going off in the building. On their end, you couldn't hear it. I had to call it, hey, you coming downstairs? I didn't hear it. It wasn't flashing or anything. So what happened? I had to email Justin Thompson. I did email him, and then my niece there, she sent emails. It just got fixed, we think. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next guest is Rachel Herman.
Hi. My name is Rachel Herman. I am the Vice Chair of ROOT and the Communication Chair of the Lackawanna Coalition. Both are transit advocacy organizations. As a person who has lived in both Montclair and Bloomfields for the last 25 years, I find that it's very important that this area is transit accessible. That's the reason I'm here. I'm an alum of Montclair State, and so I stayed in this area because being able to transverse the area. And I was excited to see that there was a transit working group, a task force, to see how much we can improve transportation, and which inspired the Bloomfields to also have a survey and Glenridge. Now, I want to address what Don Zeef had said. He mentioned driving several times. I understand he's on the committee, but why public transportation? Why is there why was he not considering the people that can't drive? There are many people who are speaking tonight. I'm sure not all the seniors in this room can drive. Many are either being driven or use public transportation, or have somebody out, like maybe they're still driving, but maybe they don't want to because they can't, because it becomes unsafer as they're getting older. But you also are a diverse population, and if you are being friendly to people who have mobility and disabilities, then you would consider having more public transportation, and that includes having more train service on the weekends so people can get around independently. Nobody wants to have to rely on other people to get somewhere. So, Access Link is not always a good option for everyone, and their scheduling is not great. So the survey represents the fact that we need additional train service, and I would like to see that the task force continue and look at local bus service, because there's more and more traffic, and the amount of local buses are not enough to accommodate what is necessary. You also lost decamp service, and the decamp service would have provided areas that are no longer serviced on Grove Street. So you have people who move here and now cannot get anywhere without having to walk far distances or rely on somebody else to get somewhere. And so, given New Jersey's transit's stated constraints around buses and bus drivers, which the township has heard directly from the agency, I believe our first ask should focus on improving weekend train service while also studying and planning for the eventual full restoration of the camp bus territory, while buses are a so important part of the transportation network. Thank you.
Next guest is Beto Havrila. Havrilla?
Hello, my name is Vito Havrilla. I am a member of ROOT and also a member of the Lackawanna Coalition. I'll be reading from our resolution calling for hourly service between Hoboken and Montclair State University on the weekends. First, Lackawanna Coalition is an independent organization advocating for better transit, founded in 1979 in Millburn. We meet every fourth Monday of the month, right now at the Summit Library. LackawannaCoalition.org, email info@LackawannaCoalition.org, and we also put out the Railgram. See me for a copy. And we invite all to join the Lackawanna Coalition. So now I'll read some highlights from our resolution. From the 28th of November 2022, again, calling for hourly service between Hoboken and Montclair State University on weekends. A meeting of the Lackawanna Coalition held on November 28th in Millburn, New Jersey by electronic conference, the following resolution was adopted. Whereas the Lackawanna Coalition advocates for better service on New Jersey Transit, rail line including the Montclair, Bruin, and Morris and Essex line, and on weekends, trains run only between Hoboken and Bay Street and Montclair every 2 hours or less often, with no service at all to stations west of Bay Street and as far as Denville. And the weekend service standard on most other rail lines operating by NJT is 1 train per hour in each direction throughout the service day, but not on the Montclair-Bruton line. The present level of weekend service on the Montclair-Bruton line falls below the standard of service for most other lines in the system, thereby depriving residents of the area served by that line of as frequent access to other places served by NJT and is accorded on such other lines. The present level of weekend service between Montclair and Hoboken deprives riders on both the Montclair-Bruton and the Morris and Essex and Gladstone lines as much access to Hoboken and all connecting transit available as accorded on most other lines. And since the COVID-19 pandemic has subsided, the level of ridership recovery has been higher on weekend trains than on weekday trains throughout the NJT rail system, yet weekend Montclair service, excluding any service west of Bay Street, has not increased since 2010. And recent gains in weekend ridership specifically exceeded those historic peak commuting hours, yet stations west of MSU has no service at all except during historic peak commuting times when ridership recovery is the lowest in the system. Therefore, resolve that the Lackawanna Coalition calls for New Jersey Transit to implement hourly weekend service between Hoboken and Montclair State University stations scheduled for connections with Morris Essex lines at Broad Street in Newark, and the trains that run on current schedule. Further resolved that hourly weekend service on Montclair line be extended to Denville and Dover with similar service implemented weekdays west of Montclair State University Station with full day service on the selected portion of the line. This resolution, we sent this to NJT and all appropriate public officials in the area. And again, we ask
Thank
you
you
all to
very
join
much.
us.
Next guest, Robert Steck. We can hear you better up here if you're not yelling into the mic because it sort of muffles it if you get too close. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Robert Steck.
Good
I'm an
evening.
85-year-old man. 3 years ago, I was 82 going on 89. Today I'm 85 going on 65 because of Michelle. No bullshit, no exaggeration. Michelle is 1 in a million. In Latin, sui generis. Cannot be replicated, okay? She is a visceral experience. You don't understand Michelle with the mind or even with the heart. It's something that you just absorb. It's like when you stand before the Niagara Falls and you have that, especially if you're at the bottom, and there's all this water coming down. Try to describe that in words. You can't. You feel it. Michelle has karma. If JFK walked in here, for us people who knew JFK when we were in college, he had a presence. Michelle, if she walks in, she has a presence. You go to the monthly birthday parties that we have, you have people dancing. She's out there dancing with them, and she's leading them. She cannot be replaced. Mr. Marks, you have a tough job, okay? And I envy you. I don't envy you. I feel sorry for every one of you guys because you are in a deep hole and you can't keep on digging. I really hope that somehow we can have a reorganization, that we somehow can put the Montclair Institute of Lifelong Learning into another reporting structure. That would be beautiful, okay? If I was to describe Michelle, I would say she is a force. She is the force behind our sales. I'm just going to repeat. I wrote a letter to each one of you. I found out on Friday, the day that she was terminated, abruptly, no warning, no paper. I don't know. I just know that she was abruptly terminated. Not whatever. Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest is Allison Tribus.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name's Allison Tribus. Tribus, everybody says Tribus. It's actually Tribus.
I'm sorry.
So I serve as the vice chair of the Montclair Environmental Commission. I came here tonight so you can put a face to the name that you've been getting emails from. What I wanted to talk tonight is about the tree ordinance that we were going to bring up this evening. I'm not quite sure if it's still on the agenda or not. But anyway, I am here at your service to facilitate the passage of a stronger tree removal ordinance as required by New Jersey DEP and also by our community who respects and appreciates its tree canopy. My role as part of MEC is to provide the environmental guidance and recommendations for ordinances such as this to protect our natural environment. I want to get us up to par with a reasonable ordinance, so if I can be of assistance on the implementation part, I will gladly do that. I know that that is, kind of the challenge here. I've been speaking to other towns and researching ways to automate and reduce the administrative workload, as I know that workforce capacity is a bottleneck. If you can clearly identify other bottlenecks, perhaps I can also recommend solutions on that. I applaud the increased arborist hours up to 3 days a week. I think that's a huge step in the right direction. I just want to make sure that the arborist is fully vested in Montclair and able to take on the demands of the job, given that we're an urban forest and not a rural forest. So it's quite different management, and I know that's something I can work with Dr. Johnson on. Both public and tree contractor education on this ordinance is going to be key, and that's somewhere where you could lean on MEC to help. To address those in town that I know are going to be skeptical or wonder why we're doing this and putting this ordinance forward, the Department of Sustainability is actually going to be working this summer using their green team to educate the public on the benefits to the community of maintaining and growing a tree inventory. The fear of burden on residents to take down hazardous or diseased trees can be subsided with details on what is in the ordinance as well, because I know that's another concern. In the proposed ordinance, if you're removing a diseased or hazardous tree, there's only a 1-to-1 replacement. And that's exactly as our current ordinance is, so no difference. And if that prevents a financial hardship, even to plant the one tree, you can get a waiver. The heavier replacement requirements for the 3 to 4 replacement trees applies only when someone electively removes a large, healthy tree, which they hopefully would have budgeted for in the landscaping project that they're taking on. And keep in mind that the goal of the replacement schedule that you see in there is to reduce the canopy loss. So it's not, replacing. All the other speakers have said it much more eloquently than I can. When you take down a large tree, replacing it with a little one, you're not getting a 1-for-1 replacement. There's been much discussion on this ordinance back and forth over email, and you're all aware of where MEC thinks it excels and where it falls short. There is work to be done, but with Mayor Baskerville and all the other councilors now at the table, I think we can move forward collectively to get a good ordinance passed. Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you. Next guest is Ellen Resnick.
Hi, I'm Ellen Z. Resnick. I live at 415 Claremont Avenue.
It just feels really wrong to say goodbye to Michelle DeWitt. She's someone who's, you've heard it all tonight, talent, creativity, innovation, kindness, compassion, organizational skills. She mobilized facets of our township from all walks of lives, all to create new and exciting opportunities. I understand, because am a retired school administrator, I understand about human resources. I understand that it is difficult or sometimes not possible to discuss reasons for termination. But I'm going to tell you what is the word out there, and it's been said tonight, that Michelle was terminated due to what was termed insubordination, because she allowed lifelong learning members to express frustrations about resources which were not allocated to the senior community. I would like you to see it differently. I really would. There's a theory that developing a way to allow people who feel they have been overlooked or disregarded to express their frustration, then they can channel it into positive community collaboration. This is exactly what Michelle DeWitt was engendering among all of us, and she should be rewarded and held up as exemplary for that. It's not insubordination, it is life-saving. It builds the determination for all of us as a team to move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest is Jean Lyons. Okay, thank you. Next guest is Sandra Chamberlain.
Right, give a piece of paper, pass it around. This is just aspirational, not literal. Whoa, no. What? The wire. Okay. I am on Shark Tank, right? Okay. Thank you for your time. I'm Sandra Chamberlain. I've lived in Montclair for 46 years. I was on the Environmental Commission for 2 years, on the Tree Committee about 6 years ago. The older I get, the more I fall in love with trees. Trees eat light. They carry water. They are chemistry laboratories. They inhale carbon dioxide and they exhale oxygen. After being cut down, they send their last dying nourishment to their children. They are families. They warn their neighbors of danger. They give us shade. They are home and sustenance to thousands of other species. They inspire all of us with their endless variety and beauty. And without them, we would die. I believe that when you love something, you nurture and protect it because life is fragile. After 40 years in Montclair, I have watched our tree canopy, especially some of the tallest and most beautiful, be cut down for convenience, for lack of imagination, or for lack of respect of these living giants. It's like shooting an elephant. Physicists who are studying consciousness and saying consciousness may be elemental are also saying trees are intelligent and conscious. In other cultures, such as Japan, which is what the picture is you have, trees are revered. I would love for Montclair to be a town who sets an example as a town that values, nurtures, and loves its trees, because just as we love and nurture our children need all the trees we can save and plant for them to live in a healthy town, and learn by example that protecting and nurturing means love. I hope you'll vote to first strengthen by providing enforcement then pass the new tree ordinance. We will all be very grateful. And without enforcement, the ordinance is nothing but words. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next guest, Lynn Stockhammer.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
People have spoken at length about Michelle DeWitt, and I had a few different things. My name is Lynn Stockhammer. A few different topics I wanted to talk about. Michelle has been a strong, steady, welcoming, uplifting presence, and I will not read everything that I wrote about Michelle because there can't be enough said, but it has been. But I did attend a class Tuesday, that was today, wasn't it, at Wally Choice. There was absolutely no presence of anyone from Lifelong Montclair. There was no sign-in sheet. There was no check-in sheet. Following class came in as we were exiting our class. There was no accountability whatsoever. I think there are considerations about this. Doesn't the county or town need to report attendance for funding purposes? Are there insurance considerations? Should someone have required assistance? Was there anyone present at Wally Choice to report? There just seems to be a lack of transparency in this town once again. I understand it may have been something from the Montclair Local today that I read, I don't recall, that the town has stated it's seeking a person to fill the role of Michelle DeWitt, and all I say sarcastically is good luck. I also understand that the town is required, and I don't have any kind of statute to quote, to post a job opening within a certain period of time if it's the case that there's an open position. I did look it up, and I wasn't able to see anything posted. I thought that also we were required to be informed of why Michelle DeWitt was terminated from her position. We want an answer, Mr. Town Manager. Was there cause? We want Michelle back. I'll move on for that, but there really are a lot of people with their hearts broken right now, and I really can never forget Michelle reaching out to me personally starting in 2020, and I think many, many people have such stories. I won't go into mine. As to Tony's Brook, the portion of the culvert on Forest Street, Madam Mayor, the last time I reported something, I think I copied it to just about everybody. I was told that in the future I should directly contact the fire department. So of course there was a next time, and this one was due to a noxious odor and not to dumping, public urination, cigarettes being tossed in, or any of the other things that occur with the brook. I called 911 to get to the fire department on Friday, June 5th. I advised them that I was told by the mayor that this was the proper channel to report. The officer who answered the phone told me she was familiar with the matter and she'd pass it along to the fire department, but she, quote, didn't think responders were being sent out anymore. I live right across the street and no one appeared. Sorry, I have so many other things to talk about.
Next guest,
Thank you.
please. Thank you. Ellen Vinke.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much. I'm going to be brief. I know it's a long evening. I live at 20 LaSalle Road. I've lived there for over 25 years. And I'd just like to start by, please picture me here with my 35 neighbors. We are the Ward 1.
Your name is Ellen Vinke?
Ellen Vinke, yes.
Thank you.
We are the Ward 1 neighbors that one of the earlier speakers spoke about, where there have been approximately 20 trees where the roots have been cut, many of them 100 years old. Those trees, some of them will now have to come down, and we just want to be represented here and say that we very much support a strong tree ordinance that protects sustainability, that contributes to increasing climate action in response to climate change. There's a sort of a footnote here, and to be honest, I don't know enough about it because I came to the meeting very late. I saw the message when I was on the train. I've been involved with people in my neighborhood Jonathan Grouper and others, who have been much more vocal about this. I'm here representing them because they couldn't be here. But what I will say is that there was actually, as some of you probably know, a very significant mismanagement issue that resulted in these roots being cut. And just like the people who've spoke about Michelle, I think we need accountability. Not to blame someone. I actually work for the UN in the Office of Internal Oversight Services, where I do accountability and learning evaluations. I'm not talking about accountability to get someone in trouble. I'm talking about accountability so that this never happens again. There were important, critical trees that are coming down. And it also, to be honest with you, creates a risk for the town, because if we don't get enough attention by the arborist to identify the trees that really are at risk, two things can happen. One, more trees come down than need to, which is a negative, obviously. And two, if one of these trees where the roots were, and I'm not saying this as a threat, if one of these trees where the roots were cut falls on someone's house, that's a significant liability for every single taxpayer in this town. I don't know if any of you have been here long enough. I'm sure some of you have, actually. There have been people, I believe the former principal of Northeast, where my children went to school, a tree fell on her and she died. So taking this seriously, making our trees healthy, nurturing them, but also making sure that the work that the arborist has to do, I didn't know that the arborist would only be working 3 days a week. With all due respect to the person that said that's an improvement, that sounds outrageous to me when we have the kind of issues that we have around trees in Montclair. It sounds like a liability to have the arborist work 3 days a week. But again, I say this completely with every positive intention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comment portion. If there's anyone here who I did not call your name, who wishes to be heard at this time, who has not been heard? I didn't sign up as a... Yes, but please make sure you state your name, please.
Levi Siegel. I live in Ward 2. Just want to comment on supporting better train service to MSU on the weekends. I live in Upper Montclair, and we frequently go to New York on the weekends, but we don't take the train. We drive to a park and ride, which has more frequent service, because we find that frequency to be very liberating. 2 hours from Bay Street really isn't enough. I think we really need 1 hour every hour to MSU. And there were concerns about traffic when having the train to run to MSU. I actually think that could reduce traffic, because think about how many people are driving to Bay Street and are also driving to other park and rides who want more frequent service. If the train ran to MSU, they wouldn't have to drive, and they could instead use the train. And there's a lot of benefits with that as well, like less people driving. We have a lot less CO2 emissions. The people who live on the train stations north of Bay Street, now who may not own a car, now have way better access to the train on weekends. I've been on, and when I do take the train, it's very overcrowded. It definitely, extending it to MSU every hour would more than double the capacity, which is really needed. I really can't imagine if you have a family and you have to go to New York, taking the train is not possible. There's no seats. It's so busy. And also think about the financial benefit. When we have more service to MSU, it's possible that more people will come to Montclair with that better service. And considering that NJ Transit has to operate this, we wouldn't really be paying for that extension to MSU. And so we would benefit financially from this extension. Not that many towns or places in the U.S. have such high quality rail infrastructure, electrified double-track rail infrastructure like we do. And I really think that we should take advantage of it over the weekends. There's very clear demand for more service to New York. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to,
Sorry. Thanks for the opportunity to come up. Ahava Felicidad, president of the Tenants Organization of Montclair, the group that, with the township, everybody brought rent control to Montclair. So we've had rent control since May 9 of 2022. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Dr. Baskerville and Council. So I have really just three things that I wanted to focus on. One is about our younger generations, or the generations who are, and this is not like targeting, but it helps to put together the structure for my comment. Our millennials and our Gen Zs who are now renting in Montclair. I've talked to a lot of seniors who've had some conflicts with the younger generation living above and around them, and we just want everyone to just have a little more compassion for seniors. Not everyone knows what it is to be an elder, and the seniors have expressed concerns about not feeling fully respected or honored or talked to properly when they're engaging with neighbors who may have recently moved into certain units, and we want everyone to be able to get along, including things that include like repairs. So if someone needs to get into another person's apartment for repair and it affects their neighbor, that you guys do your best to work it out. And if you need to speak with us at the tenants organization or to the LTAC, that would be a really good idea to balance out some of the conflict of the cross-generational miscommunications. So that's one. Another is just a reminder for the parents out there about the children who are in certain places around town, and people bring it to me, and they say to me, even when I go in the supermarket, about what some of the kids are doing in places that they should not be. I don't want to state those places. People who are watching will figure it out. But neighbors, tenants are calling in about children being in places they're not supposed to be. So just kind of see where your kids are at so that they're being careful. When I see them out, I might say, hey guys, be careful, because we're getting reports about kids being in places that they should not be, that are unsafe. And we love our kids in our community. Lastly, just the issue of speeding. If everyone could be conscious of slowing down when they're driving. There are a lot of people speeding still in town, and we want everyone to be safe. I mean, the squirrels can't even make it across the street these days. I'm seeing more roadkill in Montclair than ever before. It's like being out on the highway going to Bear Mountain or something. But please slow down. Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes the end of the public comment period. The next items on the agenda are the pending ordinances. Oh.
I got it, thank you.
Okay, good, thank you.
Ask the people that were in the hallway that were speaking so loud that they were interfering with our ability to hear what's going on in here. Okay, so we're going to go to pending ordinances on second reading. The public who wish to be heard on here will have an opportunity. I'm going to open the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone present who wishes to be heard in relationship to pending ordinance 0-26-21? Ordinance amending the salary ordinance for the management non-unit group for the year 2026. Seeing no members of the public that wish to be heard, I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there members of the council who wish to be heard? No. I'd like to make a motion that we approve pending ordinance 0-26-21.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent, Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. I'm going to open the public hearing without objection for pending ordinance 0-26-22, ordinance to repeal and replace ordinance 0-25-63, removing from Chapter 327 Vehicles and Traffic and establishing new Article 2 in Chapter 228, parking for the sale and use of temporary no parking signs. there anyone present who wished to be heard on this pending ordinance? Please come forward.
Good evening again, Lynn Stockhammer. Please stop me if this is not appropriate, if this doesn't fall within what we're discussing right now. But in terms of a
I'm
temporary...
sorry, when you come back up again, you just need to give us your name. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Lynn Stockhammer. This is just another aspect of the parking on Forest Street, both the illegal parking on the right side facing the parking garage at Glenridge Avenue from Forest Street, and the parking on the left side, which is the Valet from Marimoto. I was told by, I think, Councilor Williams, and also maybe the mayor, and I don't know who else, that the parking sign, the no parking sign on the old Auto Top Shop sign was actually not a town sign, although it's quite a facsimile in terms of the typeface, the language, and everything it says. So it appears as if whoever currently owns or previously owned, when at the time it was put up, that property put up a sign. I did not know that an individual or an investor is allowed to put up a sign that looks exactly like a town sign saying no parking from here to corner or whatever. So you can't have it both ways. Either it's a town sign and there's no parking from there to corner, and there is indeed a driveway, so technically people would not be parking in front of a driveway, or there's either no parking or there's parking. And that leads into another issue, which I know is not appropriate right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that wishes to be heard on pending ordinance 0-26-22? No, seeing none other, I'm going to close the public hearing on pending ordinance 0-26-22 and ask if there are members of the council that wish to be heard on this pending ordinance.
I would like Manny to...
Councilor Toler?
Sure, thank you. The parking sign that she mentioned, are we going to investigate that? We have Manny here in the back to determine or ask the questions. She's saying, I think she said that the sign is either not a township sign or it is a township sign, or we don't know.
I have no idea.
I mean, that's something important, because if it's not our sign, then do we remove it? I don't know. Maybe Manny can help us.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
That sign, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that sign was already I already spoke to DCS about removing that sign. That sign was not a township sign.
Okay.
There is no ordinance about no parking anytime.
Okay.
But I don't understand who put it up. I don't know who put it up.
Wait. We just, thank you, Ms. Stockhammer. We're going to take...
If it hasn't been removed, it will be removed. That sign should not be there.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Yes.
Okay. So
And
we
I'll
have an
talk to
All right,
answer.
DCS
thank you.
again.
We're going to move on. Other
you.
council members, do other council members have discussion on pending ordinance 0-26-22? Mm-hmm.
I wasn't here for the last meeting when this originally passed.
Okay.
This was a companion ordinance to the valet parking ordinance.
Okay.
That did not pass. So I did want to bring to your all attention, in case it was missed, we did add temporary no parking signs as a companion to that ordinance, and item number 7 should have been in red. It does say that, so in 288-5B, item number 7 was added, and I don't know how this did not appear the way it should have.
So what are you suggesting now, that this be done with item 7? I'm just trying to figure out what do you...
Saying, it's up to you. I did want to point out that item 7 is there, and it was contemplated to correspond with the valet parking ordinance that was not adopted at first reading last time. So before you move to adopt this version, I wanted you to do item number 7.
Thank you. Well, okay. Council members?
Yeah,
Councilor D'Amato? Did you have something?
No.
Okay.
I don't
Anyone
yeah,
else? No, I
what-
didn't know if
what
you
do you
were
suggest
ready
we
to say
do,
something.
Attorney? Can we just strike that passage for now?
You can.
Mayor,
It's
may I
non-substantive
May I ask?
without reintroduction.
So which one would we strike? This one?
Number 7 if you want.
Okay.
But wait a minute, but would that require reintroduction? Which,
To move this along, I move to amend the ordinance to eliminate section 228-5B7.
228-5.
Bill?
Where is that?
I second it. It's on
No, I
page
just
3.
want to see where it is.
It's on page 2 of the ordinance at the top of the page. And I second that motion.
fine.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes, on the motion to amend.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to, no, I'd like to make a motion that we close the public comments on the pending ordinances. All in favor? Any opposed?
And then we have to vote on the amended ordinance.
We have to reintroduce.
Yeah.
Wait,
Next meeting.
So there's no public hearing until August.
No, July 14th.
July.
Oh, right, we reintroduced the
Okay.
second.
All right, so we're going to move on to new business ordinances. Councilor D'Amato. Number C.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 341-5, Section E, permits required, inspection and approval of the code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, and I so move.
Second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilor Toller.
Is Mr. Primavera available?
See him right there.
Mr. Primavera, would you please join us?
Hello. So thank you for meeting with the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee. Was it last week or the week before? And we had a few changes that we wanted tweaked, and the only thing that I don't see included is the word new development. We had a conversation about new homeowners and new development, trying to make this as seamless and less confusing for residents to understand that it's not every single person that's going to have to do this. It's for
Okay, so what I was thinking we could put in there, if you'd like, is anyone who is taking a mother lot and splitting it into new tax lots is required to do this. Would that be better language?
Well, it's about the language that our residents need to understand. So that's why I was asking for something very seamless to make
Okay.
sure that, if someone had a question, I don't not have to ask the attorney if that type of change could be added.
Well, I understand that we did change it. Originally, it had some other language, and I thought we had settled on any structure converting. That way, it's not redevelopment has a specific meaning in the code. We don't want it to just be in a redevelopment area.
No, we
Any
weren't.
structure
Okay.
converting into a multifamily use. The tax office would know that. And then we also added that any structure that does not comply shall be subject to the same shall be subject to the same penalties as a delinquent water account, and that's the tax office.
Right.
So it kind of, we changed it to any structure. There was different language that we had earlier. And that way, it would cover any structure, regardless of whatever land use application, whatever development type it would be.
Yeah, I wasn't focusing so much on redevelopment. I'm just thinking about homeowners to make sure that they understand if you're building a new home. This doesn't apply to homeowners currently right now. This is for the future.
Correct, this is for anyone.
That's the difference.
It's not just
Okay.
new homes either.
No,
It would
I know
be-
that. I
Yeah, it would
understand
be
that.
any subdivision, it would be putting up walls, making it a two-family. We wanted to cover the monopoly.
Okay.
So Counselor Toller, are you suggesting an amendment? Because I'm not following.
Well, that's what I was
would you like?
asking the
Okay.
attorney if we
Uh-huh.
could, but
Uh-huh.
she's on the record stating that this word, any structure, is going to be suffice for residents to understand
Okay.
that it's for new folks.
Okay.
People building new projects, not current residents.
Okay.
And then, did we add something to make sure that the tax office is accountable, if you will?
So any sort of meter appointment or anything of that nature goes through the tax water and sewer office. So the tax collector is aware of all these appointments. She's involved in that.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure departments are working cohesively, because without, and I'm going to call it Sesame Street language in some of this, departments are, can say, oh, it's not my responsibility.
I understand where you're coming from, but
here.
this actually benefits the tax water and sewer office, as we discussed in the infrastructure committee meeting,
Okay.
because of the sewer billing.
All right, y'all email Michael Primavera if you got any
So
questions.
are we okay to go with this? Anyone else?
I'll gladly
council
answer.
members? Thank you very much. Council members,
you.
anyone else have anything on agenda item number C? Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Counselor Harrison, E, please.
Number E. This is an ordinance amending and replacing Chapter 324, Trees of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, to establish comprehensive tree protection, conservation, removal, replacement, and urban forestry regulations. At this time, I would like to make a motion to table the introduction.
Second.
And open this item for discussion. I'm not going to, may I?
Yes.
Mayor? The reason why I'm making this motion is because we did, we did put this version of the ordinance out there. It's been worked on for many, many months, reviewed and discussed with different stakeholders, including the Environmental Commission, the Department of Sustainability, and other departments. We really negotiated a lot of the language internally, and from my perspective, it was, and the co-sponsor's perspective, it was really important to, number one, first and foremost, have a much stronger ordinance to not only protect existing trees, but to grow the tree canopy and make sure that we have really robust living infrastructure, which trees are. And so while at the same time making sure that there are no unintended consequences that will negatively impact some of our neighbors who may have financial challenges. We want to make sure also that we protect the largest trees while also enabling the trees even that size that need to come down because they're dead or dying or hazardous, for there to be a relatively seamless way for residents to be able to do that. And so we have also received and we've read all of the suggestions that many of you who have spoken tonight have put forward. And we've already started considering them. Some of the suggestions are being incorporated. And so I think tabling the introduction to next month would be wise, so that we can make sure that all of the suggestions are well considered, and that we have something that not only is strong language, but that we're going to be able to, as a township, effectively implement. And so we're all also thinking about ways that we can do that and have taken action. For example, we would like to have an automated system for permitting and, tracking removals, tracking replacements, and trying to make it as user-friendly for residents as possible. So
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank Councilor Birmingham for all of the work and the time that you put in to help to get to this point and to agreeing today with, tabling it, because when we met yesterday, I know both Councilor Harris and myself were very, very interested in tabling it because we received quite a few emails that had the same wonderful suggestions, and I personally am very interested in reviewing all of them, and I think that they gave it teeth, and they really got us to a point that made, just gave it more strength in terms of moving forward, and I think that they will be able to well, I think initially it was said that maybe we would not be able to get the language so that they would know how to uphold what they were doing, but I think we can do that, and just wanted to thank all of the people in the township that gave us about the same, I guess there are about 7 suggestions and about maybe 15 emails that all had the same suggestion. So I thank you all for taking your time to email. We do read them, and it's important, and then I go through each one of them, and so I agree with you. So I want to thank you all for your time.
Mayor?
Councilor Harrison?
Yeah, discussion.
Yeah, our attorney advised me not to send proposed revisions to all members of the council, so I followed her direction.
We weren't supposed to send them to the public either, right? But somebody
And
sent them
we'll-
to the public, thanks. We've been doing stuff.
Mayor, when he's done up.
Okay, yes.
And I'm not I just want to get these out there to foster discussion among council members between now and the next meeting, so hopefully we can develop a consensus on where we're going and adopt an ordinance. I think, as many members of the public have commented on, our existing ordinance is deficient, and we need to adopt a stronger ordinance, but it's also important that it be a workable ordinance. What I've proposed, and we'll figure out a way to get this on the website. It doesn't involve me figuring out how to do it. So we can, get a strong ordinance that's workable. I mean, part of this is, we have finite staff, and it has to work in order for it to be effective. But I think we appreciate your comments, as the mayor said, and if we get additional comments on these changes, you'll recognize a number of them, and some are new and different from my own perspective of this. But I think the goal is, don't wait until 2 days before the meeting to get us comments, as soon as you can, so we can move forward and get something introduced that we will then be able to adopt in August.
Thank you. Councilor D'Amato?
Yeah, I would second everything that Bill is saying, that Councilor Harrison is saying. I would like to just focus on making it work, making it as simple as possible. I think Mr. Zeef, who was up here, said the best policy is the one that's the most simple. I think that the general sense of unhappiness that people often have in this town who follow policy and follow us is because of a sense that things are not executed well, they're chaotic, they're all over the place. It is because, as an organization, this township does an immense amount of things that other places don't even try to do, and we deal with a new kind of a freak out every week, and so the ball gets dropped continuously. We all feel that. I was there in Fieldstone a week and a half ago. It fell on me to go look into the pits and see the cut roots of trees that were cut by mistake, by an administrative, oversight because of confusion and people trying to do too much. And people were gutted who were there from the township. And I mean, it was literally, I was looking into the abyss, and it was very clarifying. Yes, it was bad. I was there. And it's clarifying because the point is that it has to work. It can't just be, I did the word count on the first ordinance, the first draft of it, before the additions, I noted was longer than the U.S. Constitution, its first version, which was the instruction manual for the country. So I would like to see everything just get, over the next month, I think it'll be awesome to try to tighten it up, because crucially, what we cannot do is just create a paperwork blizzard and then have the real world stuff stay the same. That's what failure looks like.
Yeah.
Success looks like not so much bureaucracy, not so much extra cost, and real and an actual improvement to getting to that 10% tree canopy growth over the previous years. And failure looks like a lot of bureaucracy, nothing happening on the ground, and people, squabbling over it. So we have to work on it, on making it work and talking to staff to make it happen. But the goal is great, and I'd like it to look like what my yard looks like. So when I moved in to that house, where I live right now, there was a giant dying elm tree in the front, and we cut it down. We were told we had to. The previous owner did not do anything. Somebody said, you have to put in a new tree. I don't even remember the transaction. I think it was shortly after that the weak ordinance passed, and they said, you got to plant a new tree. And I went, okay. And they said, what should we put in? And I said, I don't know. And they said, why don't you spend some money, put in a nice white oak tree? That tree is 35 feet tall now. It's beautiful. So it can work. We just, have to make it as simple as that transaction.
And I just want to say that I was really impressed with whoever added the part where it says add equity prioritization to the tree fund. Tree fund expenditures currently follow a proximity rule. Money stays within 1,000 feet of wherever removal occurs. This sends funds towards neighborhoods where tree work already happens, rather than to heat-burdened communities that need canopy most. And whoever put that in, I want to thank you a lot. I was really impressed with that, because it's not all the time that when we do these things that people speak about equity and the need to do things like that. So, that just is telling of how thoughtful you all are to come up with these things and to add things that I hope that the council will understand, because it is extremely important. We shouldn't just take a tree down in a neighborhood that has a lot of trees and then make it stay there. And so I really wanted to thank you, whoever came up with that. Councilor Toller.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy that we're going to table this and, put some strength and teeth to it. It's been sitting during this administration since day one, which is 22 months. I know about a year ago, I met with some residents. We asked to see a copy of it. Took a little while to get a copy to look at it and review. But I'm happy to see that we're going to table this, put some more teeth to it. And Councilor Harrison, you mentioned, that if residents have something to, add to something, to try to email it in 2 days before, but they don't get the agenda until 2 days before. But what we can possibly do is, have a little ad hoc committee if you want to have some folks submit comments and continue to work on this so it's ready for July.
Well, I was hoping to get the changes I was proposing up on the website now.
Oh, for feedback,
and
sure.
so we can get feedback on that.
Yeah, and I'm just going to personally thank Suzanne Atman, Anna Grossman, and Jessica Stolzberg, because I've been just in discussions with them prior to being a counselor on the tree
I
camp.
received things from all of them, too.
Let's just keep
Yes.
it real and
Yeah.
give the, acknowledgement where it's due. Of course, luckily, this administration is listening to our residents and experts, and we're going to have something with some real teeth that we can be proud of going forward. So thank you, ladies.
Okay. Councilor Williams, anything? No. Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
There's a motion to table this ordinance to 7:14.
okay.
You want to
Roll
run
call,
the roll?
please.
Yes. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Counselor Williams, number F, please.
Well,
Letter
I mean,
F.
think
Number
the
F.
sponsors don't
Yes,
wanna do
letter
this?
F.
Why
No,
don't you
I'm
do
just
this?
going to call them
Okay.
by,
No
number,
problem,
by
no
the
problem.
letters, please. Thank you.
So agenda item F, an ordinance amending, supplementing Section 29 of Chapter 202 Land Use Procedures of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. So moved.
Second.
I have a question.
Yes, Counselor Williams?
So I guess the spirit of this is to drill down to who actually owns what when an application is coming before either the planning or the zoning board. So I'm just looking at the math here, and 10%, an entity holding 10% interest, you want to drill down, and then if anyone owns 10% of that interest, you want to drill down, so you want to drill down to someone owning 1% of...
No, it would be 10% throughout. Let me explain.
Okay.
Okay, so
Counselor Harrison?
the municipal land use law requires, and for corporations and partnerships, and other than Montclair, the rest of the world interprets that to be any non-human being entity, to go down, and you have to keep drilling down. So in the scores of municipalities where I practice, I represent an applicant. The applicant is almost invariably a single-purpose LLC, and when you're representing a national corporation, you frequently have to go up 6-7 levels of each entity that owns at least 10% of the prior entity has to be disclosed, and that's a universal practice. This was really in response to what Ms. Avery pointed out earlier of people coming in, single-purpose entities, and not being able to, because Montclair did not require disclosure for an LLC, not recognizing until we were on our 8th, 9th, or 10th application, partially, that these were the same people coming in and applying, and there's a second step for this. It's also a Board of Adjustment recommendation to address that, but the immediate step is so we know, one, it helps identify conflicts if you know, because when it's the 593 Park Street LLC, you have no idea who's behind it, and so people know who's involved and know if there are any conflicts, and it's following the practice in the rest of the state. It's not doing something new or different, and it's just saying what has to be done for corporations and partnerships has to be done for LLCs, PCs, all the other infinite ways that lawyers have created that entities can exist.
May I?
Just to follow up. So, yeah, that's fine. Just in banking, you have to do that with know your customer and stuff like that fully. I'm fine with that. The only thing that I was questioning here is you have an applicant that's coming up for one of these two boards, and there's a single-purpose entity that owns 10% of this project, okay? So now you're saying, hey, entity, I need to know who owns 10% of you. You own 10%. I need to know everyone that owns 10%. That's where you get down to the 1%, right? And that's where I was saying, I mean, do we need to drill down that level?
Yeah.
That was, and
Well,
if the answer is yes, then the answer is yes. That's fine.
It doesn't actually work like that. I guess, in theory it could, but I didn't want to do something different than exists everywhere else in the state, and for, it does that. I will not mention the name of the corporations, but a very large international corporation I represented. It was very much fun going with their legal department and figuring out their ownership structure, where they have that to go up to the ultimate corporation, whose name people would know is distinguished from the 5 LLCs in between, but it's what people do everywhere in the state, and and the entities who are applying in Montclair, it should not be an issue, and it's something that if they have applications in other towns they're doing already.
I have a question.
Mayor?
Is that true for making people show their partnership agreements? That seems a little intrusive.
That's what the law requires now. I mean, the municipal land use law requires that for partnerships.
Partnership agreements.
So if Joe,
Deputy
Mary,
Mayor?
and Sam each have at least a 10% interest in the partnership, their names have to be revealed.
Deputy Mayor?
It seems pretty standard, and if it is consistent with what everyone, what's required throughout the state, I guess I just wanted to know, do we know if the land use boards are already have been asking for this?
Okay, this is a Board of Adjustment recommendation. The Board of Adjustment, in frustration about the council not doing anything with their recommendation, voted to change its procedures to require for an application to be complete that this information be provided, and I was still on the board, so it was at least a year ago. So that's been what the planning department's been doing for Board of Adjustment applications.
Councilor Toller?
Sure, thank you. And just for the record, this is a result of discussions that I've had with Councilor Harrison prior to him joining the council regarding interest, who's involved in these applications and us not knowing, coupled with many projects in town where we have open holes and they're not finished because we don't know who's behind these LLCs. And the last discussion we had regarding another project here in town, we were talking about those interests and who was involved in them with the Church Street project. So I went to Councilor Harrison to figure out is now a great time because we've had enough where we can, he told me the law changed, that there's something we can do. So I just wanted to let Deputy Mayor Susan Anderson know, because I saw your email about why didn't this go through EDC. These discussions that I was having with Councilor Harrison go way back before he was even a councilor, and he brought this to my attention, and I said, sure, I'll sponsor this. So this is how this arrived here.
Councilor Williams, any further? No? No? Madam Clerk? Oh, Councilor D'Amato?
Yeah, I just think it's more red tape, and it's like the prosperity that gives us all the stuff that we have in this town and the nice trees is based on the corporation, which is separate from these individuals, and the idea that like we need to know who's behind X% of what, of a company that's doing business. I'm just not really for that. It's intrusive and it sounds like a shakedown. Like, why do you need to know?
How are you shaking somebody down if you want to know who's involved?
Why would you want to know? It's a company.
Because we want to know the financials and make sure they have the money to actually build. I just said that because we have a lot of open holes here already, projects not done. Why wouldn't we want to know? This is not a shakedown. This is ensuring that people that want to come here and develop have adequate funds. We know who the people are, and that the project's going to get done properly.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you roll call, please?
I'm sorry. Can I just clarify
I'm not
one
voting
thing?
for this.
Madam Clerk, will you do the roll call, please?
Deputy Mayor
Can I just ask
Anderson?
one last question here? Just want to clarify what I'm voting on here.
Clarification.
So what I understand from this language is that it doesn't really, it has less to do with, the financial viability of the company, but more about like the interest, how the interest of the applicant in the company that's applying for, right, for the to do the development. Is that correct?
Requiring to know who has an ownership interest in the applicant.
Right.
It doesn't have to do with the financial.
Right, it doesn't, right.
Yes. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato.
No.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. G? Councilor Toller?
Sure. Agenda item letter G. Why does it say number G?
I don't know because I said it first.
An ordinance amending Chapter 327 Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey to redefine and amend Section 41 Special Parking Zones. I so move.
Second.
And I'll let you
Discussion?
call- Yeah, I'm just.
Counselor Toller?
Sure, this was submitted by Complete Streets and Director, is that correct? Is he here? Hello.
Hello, everyone.
So, did somebody else have a question before I?
Yeah, can you please just explain?
There you go.
Because I spoke to you a little bit yesterday, and you said that you would come up and explain to us.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
So the special parking zone was created like sometime in 2018. What it did was it doubled fines in the special parking zone area. In kind of digging into it, there had apparently been some issues, and the tool that was used to address them was like back-end enforcement being stronger. That was then that area was then used to ground the changed meter rates to the doubling or the $3 an hour on Thursday through Saturday. That was the area used. But the special parking zone wasn't covering the most high demand parts of town. It was leaving a lot of areas that would benefit from those increased rates uncovered. And so we wanted to do a couple things. One, we wanted to expand the special parking zone to ensure that where there was demand, parking was appropriately priced so that folks could find a spot on the street if they need one. Two, we didn't think the double fines was really accomplishing our goal of better managing parking in the area. Enforcement is a useful tool, but it only works after the fact. And so giving someone a fine for $70 isn't going to necessarily change their behavior on the front end because they won't know it's going to happen. And it just felt punitive, frankly, to have this one kind of arbitrary area facing double fines. And so we wanted to move away from that. That being said, the special parking zone is a useful tool for identifying areas in town with significant parking demand, and it's a helpful tool to allow us to target regulations that are necessary in places with the most demand. So, some of the spaces, I know there were concerns mentioned about some of the streets mentioned not having meters on them, and so why
Yeah.
are they in the special parking zone?
Right.
Because there's still areas of high demand for parking, and should we decide to adopt new regulations to ensure that parking is well managed in areas of the greatest demand, we have that tool already in place. It's not imposing any costs on anyone because you can't change a meter rate where a meter doesn't exist.
Right.
But it gives us the tools we need to ensure that should we need to put in special regulations to ensure parking's available and abundant, we can do so easily without
So I
having to
still
amend
don't
this parking
understand
zone
that.
every time.
Because if they don't have the parking meters now, so you're envisioning like years down the road or whatever, I just don't understand why we need to include them if they don't have any meters, like at this point in time. I heard what you said, but I'm still not able to follow the reasoning about something that may never exist.
The reasoning is to ensure that the area with the most demand for parking in town is basically highlighted and noted, and that we can target regulations that may need to be put in place to that area, right? Just because a street isn't metered doesn't mean it doesn't have heavy parking demand, and doesn't mean that it doesn't need special attention.
So what will we be doing for it now? How will it help us now?
At this time, right? The
Right.
only use of assuming this ordinance passes, let me correct myself there. The only purpose of the special parking zone is to highlight where the meters will be $3 an hour from Thursday to Saturday. That's the use of the special parking zone at this time. And so it would have no change to a street that doesn't have a meter at this time. No impact, I should say.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 of the streets that are here don't have meters, so that's like, what, half of them? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I want to make sure it's clear. So those are the bounding streets. All streets within that zone, as laid out in the map, are included in the special parking zone. So the
Okay.
streets noted are the streets on the edge, essentially.
Okay.
And everything within it is included in the special parking zone.
Have a question.
Counselor Toller?
So, when you said we met, and I'm not sure who we is, but I thought we had a parking committee.
Yeah.
And who did you meet with to come up with this?
I don't,
You said we met, and we discussed, so I'm just trying to figure out. No, I'm trying to figure out who your we is.
I'll be honest, I don't recall saying the words "we met," but I was talking to, I guess I'm not following.
Well, basically, did you come up with this by yourself, or did you meet with a committee or group of people? Because there is a parking committee, and I don't recall this being.
I consulted.
I don't remember a discussion on it, so.
I consulted with Manny at the parking utility
Okay.
about the
Were you
value of the
consulted,
double
Councilor
fines
Williams?
in enforcement.
Oh, Mayor, were you consulted? Oh, okay. So there is a parking committee. So I'm just trying to understand, I mean, I understand he's putting meters up and fines, but is this needed at this time? Because in my opinion, there's just, I think, far better things Complete Streets could be doing with their time. Is there a real reason we need to do this right now? Is there something you or Manny really want to share with us, that why we should vote and do this now versus later?
I want to ensure that the parking changes implemented in the most recent council meeting are effective and accomplish the goals of the municipality, and that the areas of town that have the highest demand for parking are adequately priced to ensure that parking remains available for those who need it.
And I respect that. I'm just thinking we need to really focus on some other things with Complete Streets. You know, we've had 2 accidents in Ward 4 this weekend. I've emailed you the pictures.
Yep.
The same intersection. So if you have time to do this, maybe we can start talking about doing some improvements for road, safety, instead of something that this wouldn't go into effect to be money to be collected until when?
It would
Until you get some meters.
take effect when the ordinance takes effect, which is
Do
20
we
days
have
after
the
second
meters?
reading.
Do we have meters to install?
On many of the streets in the bounded zone, yes. Not on all of the streets within the zone, but on.
Okay.
Not on meters.
I don't know. I feel like this should just have
Councilor
gone through the parking committee first.
Counselor Williams? And then Counselor Harrison. Counselor Williams? Counselor Harrison?
Okay, so I'm confused on multiple levels. One, if you're describing a boundary, why are you including both sides of the street? Because that adds to the impression that we're doing something that we're not with streets with currently no parking meters.
I expanded from the pre-existing language in the code, and so I was using the pre-existing language in the code.
Okay, but you're changing a bunch of other language, so changing. And then with what we just passed, does the special meter rates apply to parking lots?
At this, no, the special meter rates apply only to on-street meters,
Okay,
not
but that is
to.
not what this says. This says, for special meter rates is hereby established and shall include all streets, parts of streets, and public parking lots within the area. And you're picking up a couple of big parking lots by doing this, which certainly creates the impression that a higher rate applies, which is not in the ordinance we just adopted. And I'm trying to think in the original area whether there were any public parking lots.
Yeah.
But if we're not charging special rates in the parking lots, that language shouldn't be here.
That's, yeah, understood.
Counselor Williams? No? Counselor D'Amato? Deputy? Oh, Counselor Williams.
Okay, thank you, you caught me. So do we want to Counselor Harrison's point with the public lots, that's something that I didn't focus on. I guess it's a pretty good point. Should we just pull this back and then, or it's kind of isn't a material change if we just strike the public lots out of here?
I
Because the
think
rest of
we
it
need to discuss it a
should
little
be
bit
fine.
further all the way around.
Right.
Because the streets that have no meters, I don't think should be here either.
Well,
we should
I mean,
pull this and
and I don't want to prolong this, so if we're going to table it, we can table it. But if there's no meters on the street, then there's no effect. But
But it
it's-
doesn't need to be in here, just like the parking spaces, the parking lots that aren't going to be in
Well,
there.
the parking lots would have the effect, it would have an impact on the parking lots, but.
If we
this-
change what we already covered to include that, they're not included. We didn't-
I think parking lots are currently included in the special parking zone, but they're not included in the new boundary that he's creating.
I don't understand why we just won't table this. and
Anyway,
have a
let's
discussion
just
about it.
table it.
They were, yeah, I don't think
As
they
a
were
parking
included.
Can I make
Yeah,
a motion
yeah,
to table?
Thank you, second.
Okay,
Second.
yeah.
Yeah, one very small thing, which
They
is
weren't
that
included. in
next
what
time,
did
can we
last
please have the items that are related consecutively?
week. Which ones,
Well,
Counselor?
J and G
A,
are
B,
both
C, D, E,
special
F,
parking
G.
zone.
Okay, you want me to go to J next then? So it'll be like back to back? I can take J.
But I will say that I have trouble also following this whole thing a little bit, just, when I read the memo, it's just confusing.
So I'd like to make a motion that we table it. Was there a motion on the already?
Yes.
Okay.
Council
But there
Williams
was
made a
a-
motion and I second.
No, but there was already one on, right?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
Are we tabling this to July 14th?
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato.
Abstain.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. And then do we want to go to agenda item J? Counselor D'Amato? I thought he said that these were.
No, I'm just saying in general,
Right.
that things that are related, I don't even know if they relate, I mean, they are related.
It's not related.
J is not related.
Okay. So, thank you very much, Director Neiman. Thank you. Okay, Counselor Harrison?
Oh, it's
H.
a word.
An ordinance establishing Article 10 valet parking regulations in Chapter 327 Vehicles and Traffic, entitled Valet Parking Regulations. I so move.
Second, discussion? Counselor Williams?
I think I'm going to vote against this because I don't, I think valet parking needs to be regulated, not totally abolished. So, that's, I don't think that this has any sort of exception in here for special events or anything like that. So that's just my comment.
Mayor.
Deputy?
So, number one, I guess with the third whereas clause, I'm just really I'm not convinced that valet parking, and just for the record, I am not advocating for valet parking, but I am not convinced that valet parking reduces the number of public parking locations to the general public. But I think, Councilor Harrison, I spoke with you before, with the restrictions, section 327-53, I noted that it says specifically commercial establishments providing valet parking services, and their valet parking attendants shall be prohibited from using the right-of-way for valet parking. And so my assumption was that was a purposeful use of language, and that would effectively allow for the possibility of, nonprofits, non-commercial entities being able to offer valet parking. And if that's the case, what would be the mechanism for them being able to do that? I'm generally more in favor of an ordinance addressing valet parking that regulates, that's more in line with other municipalities. Pretty much every other municipality that I looked up that has a valet parking law had regulation rather than a language like this. So I'm just trying to open up that discussion.
Sure.
Councilor Toller?
Sure, I'm in favor of this. I understand what Deputy Mayor is stating. The enforcement is going to really need to be increased for this to work. Attorney, I think you mentioned that the word ban should not be used, but what was the other word that you suggested that we could possibly add?
I'm sorry. My advice was what it was.
Okay, well, when you figure that out, let us know. It's okay. It's been a long day. We can come back to you. Yeah, we have to think about everything as a whole here, and valet parking is just, it's not the wave. It's just not what we need to be doing for our residents here. I mean, who are we offering valet parking to?
Yeah, and I am in agreement with this, and when we had pretty robust discussion about it, we were trying to visualize, even if you look at some of the parking lots in town that allow for valet parking, it's very nice that they do that for the people that get to use it, but what happens is the cars that are in queue trying to get into those parking lots, they block the traffic so that the flow of traffic is impeded and, you know, possibly causing danger. And so when I looked at all of the lots that I'm familiar with in town that use the valet parking, because I was trying to figure out, okay, so if we're just letting the lots do that, what will happen? But if you think about it, everyone that I know of, the traffic always gets queued on the street and impedes the flow of traffic. And so I'm not in favor of doing things that will ultimately interfere with the flow, the safe flow of traffic. And so I think that this does something that I'm in favor of.
And I think visitors, we should be, you know, encouraging them to use our parking decks.
Yeah.
I don't really get it.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I am wondering if Councilor Harrison would like to respond to my question, but in my view, the prior version of the ordinance effectively would accomplish just that. And I know because I've seen it firsthand with a business that has valet parking and offers it on a street that's very narrow and happens to have a mostly empty parking deck right across the street. And so, to me, the prior version of the ordinance had all this criteria that would effectively make it impossible or very difficult for, in that kind of a situation, for a permit to be granted. So again, you know, I think the key issue for the valet parking situation that we're seeing now is, like you said, the impediment to traffic, safe traffic passage. And I think that the regulation that we had in the prior version of the ordinance effectively would accomplish, you know, the getting rid of the valet parking in that situation.
I think that we have two options and some good ones. So why don't we do a roll call vote on this the way it is now, and then if this is voted down, then we have the other one that, you know, seems like that was pretty good too. Yeah, as soon as I was finished speaking. Okay. So that's what I would like to do, but I'm going to give you an opportunity, and then I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to call the roll, please. Yes.
So I've had a little roller coaster on this one since the last time around. I don't like when I see valet parking. It as I put it to people, like I'd like to see the town have more Birkenstock and less Balenciaga kind of feel. And this is really, you know, I see it, and so I said it last time, I would like to get rid of it. And some very people who are really smarter than me and actually really kind of Birkenstock people told me that I had it kind of wrong, and that actually valet parking is, they were singing the praises of it as both a better form of curb management and actually something that actually opens up parking for people, because it is generally used involving lots that are not normally used, that are not going to be used. And not only that, but it is like the 1.0 version of what I, as you all know, believe will be a great future when cars are dropping people off.
No cars.
So it's like training for that great new future. And so I am quite conflicted, and I'm mostly still against Valet now. So I'm putting aside my distaste, my sort of aesthetic, distaste of the whole thing, and the fact that it makes me feel excluded, and if I feel excluded, other people, when they see that, are feeling like, what's going on in town. I put that aside to be like, okay, so it's moving cars in and out in a more efficient way. But what I am concerned about, the deputy mayor gave, who lives catty corner from one place, said, but it's leading to this crush of queuing cars in the most dangerous possible way, in a narrow confines. So we have a safety issue. So it's a very conflicted thing. And then the third thing that would make me favor that first approach that we had is that, from what I understand, throughout the state, municipalities have not had success with a tighter ban-like controls on it, and are sued. And I don't want us to be sued. We've spent a lot of money on lawsuits, and it bums me out as much as valet parking does. So I'm sorry to be wishy-washy on this, but I would like to regulate it in a way. I don't want us to be sued. I would like our attorney to help guide us on which of those two approaches is less likely to end us up.
Roll call,
in
Madam
court.
Clerk, please.
Anderson?
No.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
No.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Yes. Counselor Williams?
No.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Motion failed.
I'm sorry.
The motion to adopt failed.
Thank you. Next, we're on I. Councilor D'Amato.
An ordinance amending Section 18, Chapter 327, Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, and I so move.
Second. Discussion?
Yeah, just, may I?
Oh, yes, Councilor.
My only question here is, was this discussed with the BOE? Because I saw in the memos.
Yes.
It was discussed.
Manager, please.
Actually, I would defer to either Manager Mano or Jake Neiman.
Good evening.
Oh, there you go. That works. To be blunt, no, I did not discuss this with the BOE. We're having a lot of issues with our parking enforcement officers, having a lot of conflicts with the students parking there at 8:29 exactly, or 8:28, or 8:27, whatever the case might be. It's causing a lot of problems because the neighbors are complaining, and also the biggest problem is when people are getting dropped off, they have nowhere to park. And that area is supposed to be for that, so that people can drop off students that are running late already. And so we figured if we changed it to 9 o'clock, the change to 9 o'clock will prevent all that and give people plenty of room to park, not have to double park and back up traffic, and back up buses and everything else. That's what's happening there.
And that's fine, thank you for the explanation, but I think something like this that's going to affect the high school probably needs to speak to either the principal or superintendent, stuff like that, and kind of spread the word, because we're going to pass this, and I mean, we're going in summer now anyway, so you don't have to worry about it immediately, but probably need to put this on their radar that this is coming and maybe get their feedback.
What do you think would, the consequences of the half hour? Is that what you're talking about, from 8:30 to 9?
Yeah. One, I wasn't quite, I don't fully appreciate what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but I'm just thinking that this is going to be, if you're saying that students are involved and they're coming there and they're parking there at a certain time, so now you're gonna have all these students, which I'm assuming that they have to start school before 8:30.
Yeah.
Right, so now they're gonna be going someplace else to park that isn't right by the school, so just saying, maybe we speak to the principal or speak to someone from BOE about unintended consequences.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. But just so you understand that my understanding that area was designated for the drop-off of students, and so that was the reason why we wanted to change it, to give the people that are running even later a place to drop off and not, have any problems with traffic. So, yeah, well, I'll definitely get in touch.
So do you want to table it until July? What do you want to do with that?
Maybe have a conversation with the school first.
Huh?
I think he should have a conversation with the principal.
So somebody want to table it?
Well, I'm just
May I ask a question of him?
Parking's been a problem at Montclair High School forever.
Right.
Parents yelling and screaming today are no different than the parents from the 80s. So, I think we have to really have some consideration for what we need to do. Talk to the principal, Manny, if you can, and the superintendent first. I think we just got to stop kind of caving to groups of people and their wishes. We have to think about what's the best thing to do for the whole township. So this has been an issue since when I came out.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
So, I am aware that this area in front of the high school has been quite a dangerous area for traffic. I think one of my questions is, well, I have two questions. I am curious to know if we have recent data about traffic incidents there that could possibly be because of this. And my second question is, I'm just curious, if we extend the parking prohibition to 9 o'clock, I'm just curious, where would the students park? Do they
And
have...
maybe even some of the staff, right?
Yeah, I totally understand the reason for this.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get an idea of what the options would be for people who need parking before 9 o'clock.
Staff and students have designated map that the high school gives them when they purchase the passes to be able to park. There's also other areas. I mean, most of the students that are parking in these areas have an early lunch or something, so they wind up leaving before the 4 hour, because it's a 4 hour limit, starting at 8:30. So there's no parking there between 7 and 8:30 currently. And when, so what they park in, they're 7 at 8, the clock starts at 8:30, obviously. We don't exactly chalk at 8:30. We drive by and chalk, 8:45, 9 o'clock, whatever the case might be. But unfortunately, we've been having a lot of issues, as you stated before, with people parking there before that and just sitting in their cars. And when we ask them to please move, that's when the conflicts start. So the students and faculty both are parking there starting at 8 o'clock. That whole area is full. By 8:15, the area is full. And we've been trying to move people along, and that's when the conflicts start. If we figure we move it to 9 o'clock, that should end some of those conflicts, because now at that point, you're parking at 9 o'clock, and you same thing with the permits. To answer your question about the permits, sorry to go full circle, they have a map where they can park, both staff and students. They're allocated on all the side streets, and if you drive around on the side streets, you'll see except for authorized permits. So there shouldn't be any issues with them finding a parking spot. If you're running late, well, I'm sorry, but that's again, that's going back to what you were just saying. We're catering to everybody. We're just catering to certain people, catering, and it's causing other problems.
Is there any downside to you speaking to Principal Freeman, and then we can get this on for July?
Absolutely not
whatsoever. If that's so...
We could also just vote, pass it, and then you can have your conversation, and if you haven't had it by the next one, then maybe we table it or whatever the case may be. So, I mean, we're only,
Then table it? Why would we do all of that?
no, my point being here is you're losing time. We're only going to meet once next month, and we have, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 weeks between this meeting and the next one. Between that time, you can have that conversation.
So if we vote and pass it, then it's, and
you
then he
have
says no, then what? And then Freeman says, oh, no, that'll really mess things up.
Then we don't.
Then what? Because we've already
Then we
passed
should
it.
meet
we
with the
voted down.
principal.
Then
the
you vote
school
down. This is
Okay,
just
so it's just,
introduction.
I mean, it's just, I get it. I'm just saying, it's just two different ways to
Yeah.
do it. So either way, I think that the main objective is to have the respect, to have that discussion with the principal, Freeman.
And Mayor, if you could, when you're talking with him, I would like to know where, as a parent of a high schooler, where when people are coming during the day to do a short stop, where they're supposed to go. So maybe that side of the street could
Chestnut.
just be, 15 minutes or whatever, or 30 minutes, because they close the loops in front of the annex in front of the high school, and the north side of Chestnut is no standing, I think.
That's correct.
So there's nowhere for people to go. In the same way, we've discussed this, there's nowhere to actually do a legal drop-off on Park Street, which is bananas. South.
Bananas.
Well,
It
it's
is,
just
it
everybody's
is,
breaking
yeah,
the law.
Yeah.
I'm
Madam
a
Clerk?
felon, I should be in jail for the number of times that I've
It's
done it.
bananas, it is.
But so I would check, I mean, we should be talking with them about all the ideas of what we should be doing around there, but I agree with my colleague that we could just,
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
pass it.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes,
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Have we finished with all of these? J. J. You want to do that one?
Sure.
Okay.
it has the wrong title, and I apologize to Director
So-
Neiman, that's why I thought it was related, it was,
What is the title?
It's actually F, an ordinance amending section 22 of chapter 327.
Yeah, isn't that what Counselor D'Amato was?
no, it was in the original agenda that said it was a special parking zone
Okay.
related thing.
Okay.
So, it's not.
J.
An ordinance amending section 22 of chapter 327, vehicles and traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair. This is to add a loading zone on Maple Avenue.
Second. Discussion, Counselor Toller?
No, I just want to thank Mr. Marks for ensuring that this got prepared and ready for today, because this street was somehow left out of the original group, and thanks to Jake for working on it under the direction of Mr. Marks. So now the store owners on Maple Avenue will hopefully be able to utilize this loading zone and be very happy with it.
We do the resolution, then you have the public hearing.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay, Counselor Harrison.
Okay, I move to read the Montclair Center bid budget for year 2026 by title pursuant to NJSA 40A:56-84T.
Second. Do you have it?
Just a second.
Thank you. Oh, I must have it. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. This,
So,
whereas
No,
this
not
is
yet. We're going to pass this first resolution that
Okay.
permits you to read the next one just by title,
So
and
he
you'll read
passed
the
it, I
amount.
voted, so now you can
Yes,
do roll
ma'am.
call.
As opposed to doing every line item.
I
You
got it.
got
Thank you
Counselor?
so
You're
much.
welcome.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham, absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Harrison?
Okay, so reading the entire...
Read that one by title and make sure to just say the amount out loud, that's all.
Okay, resolution to adopt the 2026 Montclair Center bid budget. The budget is for $1,094,552.
So
And
moved.
you so
So
moved?
moved.
Second? Madam Clerk?
You should ask if there's any members of the public who wish to speak to the budget.
Any members of the public who wish to speak about the bid budget? I'm going to open the public hearing without objection. If you'd like to be heard on this, please come forward at this time. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council members, seeing no one, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham, absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. At this time, we're going to have a discussion about the public transportation. I had a request that we can discuss that. Okay, the request has been withdrawn. I apologize. So we're going to go on to the consent agenda. At this time, the numbers that I have that will be removed from the consent agenda are 1, 12, 16, 20, 21, 22, 29, 31, 32, and 33. Are there others that we should move for discussion? No. Yes, thank you.
So Madam Clerk? Yes, ma'am. I move to adopt the consent agenda items.
I second.
Sorry, I have to say them.
Oh.
2 through 11, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 23 through 28, and 30.
Second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham, absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Okay. Counselor Toller, please, the bills list.
Sure. So this is Bill's list resolution, whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. This is a memo from our CFO, Peter George, dated June 3rd, 2026. The following is a preliminary version of the bill list aggregating to $46,187,750.19 to be presented for approval at the June 9th, 2026 council meeting. I so move.
Second. Discussion, Counselor Toller? Didn't you want this one pulled?
I did, because I thought Councilor Harrison may have had a question. I already spoke to Mr. Marks.
Okay.
Because I didn't get some invoices that I requested. Even though it was asked of me on Friday, I didn't get them.
So you moved and I second?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson? This is for the bills list, the adoption of the bills list.
The bills list. Okay, discussion?
Very quickly, so the Greenman Peterson.
Tell me the page, please.
It's on page. If I can say. It's the design engineering for Glenridge Avenue. So that has gone out, and that has already been gone out to bid. This is the extension of the cycle track, and this is entirely grant funded. Is this grant funded?
This is entirely grant funded.
And it's the design of the cycle track from Willow to Grove, or from Willow to,
Can you try to identify it so we can all get on the thing? I don't know what page or where you are.
It's under G.
Under G, okay, B, C, D,
In the
E, F.
general fund.
General fund.
Greenman
Peterson.
Greenman
Okay,
Peterson.
thank you.
And there's like $64,000, $65,000.
It's to just before Crane Park.
It stopped at Crane Park.
And what is your question?
I just wanted a reminder of what this was about. And so the north side of Crane Park is being redesigned, correct?
It stops just before.
Oh.
Crane Park's, I don't
Just
believe Crane
before.
Park's being touched.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not. Well, there's a small.
And it starts
portion
where?
of it on the.
I believe Willow.
East side,
Yeah,
west
it's
side.
because it involves moving the curb.
Yeah.
There's significant expense.
Yeah.
And this is the challenge with moving the curb is you touch drainage, you touch utilities, and it sends expenses
And the
quite high.
bike path is going down there, remember?
And this is just the engineering work,
That's
just the
Yeah.
paperwork. Okay.
Permits.
And the permits?
Yep.
Okay, great. Glad
Madam
somebody
Clerk?
else is paying.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller. Counselor Williams. This is for the bill list.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Who wants to read number 12, please? Someone want a discussion on number 12, please? Okay, Counselor D'Amato?
Police off duty.
Yeah, I got it. Resolution authorizing a fair and open contract for police off-duty detail management to Visual Computer Solutions, Inc. through competitive contracting. And I would just ask the manager to walk us through this. Oh.
Hi.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Just remind us, though, this one has gone back and forth a couple of times?
Yes, so we were here in February and we passed it. And town attorney recommended that we re-advertise and re-request proposals. So
Okay.
we did the resolution to cancel that contract.
Oh,
and
right.
And then we requested proposals again, and we are back here again to.
And everybody's happy, and this is good.
We're
Okay.
all happy with it. We went through the process with the advice and consent of the QPA,
Okay.
and Arrows. He walked us through everything, and he drew up the resolution, and we're happy.
All right.
Anyone else? No. Thank you all very much, not just for this, but for your service. We are really fortunate to have you.
Thank you, we
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Roll call on number 12, please.
May I have a motion, Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought Counselor.
I did, I moved it.
And I seconded.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Number 16?
Oh, this was my request. Okay. Resolution of authorizing award of supplemental services under RFP 23-P01 for professional arborist services with Richview Consulting for Community Forestry Management Plan, tree inventory, and related urban forestry services. I so move.
Second. And what was your questions,
My-
please?
My question really had to do with, I wanted to just confirm, because this increases the not-to-exceed amount to 50,000 and for a term of 1 year. And I just wanted to confirm
Oh, good
that we
pickup.
are indeed actually going from 1 day, like, we're going to be able to have an arborist dedicated to us for going from 1 day to 3 days.
So this is project-based.
Okay.
So they're going to be authoring our Community Forestry Management Plan, which is a requirement. They're also going to be completing the tree inventory, as well as working on the USDA tree grant. So I can't confirm that it will be definitely 3 days a week. There's going to be times where it will be 3, and it won't be 3. So it's also dependent on the contract they have with DCS.
Okay, so I guess my follow-up question would be,
And you have been very involved in helping us, parse through the requirements of the proposed tree ordinance. And under that ordinance, there is going to be probably, there's going to be additional responsibilities.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to figure out, I'm just thinking ahead as to whether or not we're going to actually be able to have an arborist who can help implement the tree ordinance.
I hope so. The funding that I'm using is only grant funding. So again, that expires. One grant should be spent by the end of the year, and the other one expires at the end of 2028. So as long as it pertains to the grants that I'm working on, I do have funding for it.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson, I'd like to thank you for being here. I'm going to start implementing something new. When people come down to speak, we all know who you are, and we value you, and we appreciate you staying here. But I think for the purposes of people at home, it would help if you would say, who you are and what you are, so if they're watching, they'll know who you are.
I apologize.
And again, no, it wasn't you. I haven't been doing that, but I'm thinking now people are home. And I'm so excited and proud of you and everything that you do. I want people to start to identify you as a director of sustainability and know who you are, Doc. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
So I just have a question.
Councilor Toller?
Sure. I know that we don't have an arborist, and this hasn't been filed with since 2016. And is that correct?
I do not know. I know that it wasn't filed for 2025, but before that, I do not know. That would be with DCS.
Yeah, so if you go on the NJ, you see, the accreditation provides liability protection for tree care, but with the NJDEP, there's nothing filed since 2016. So is this kind of going to cover all of that back, or you don't have that answer?
It doesn't state on the DEP's website that it hasn't been filed. It just states that we have been unaccredited since 2016, and that could be because we don't have the CEUs. So there's a requirement for at least 18 CEUs between two people for each municipality. And there's been periods where we haven't been able to maintain that. So again, I can't say if it's because the report hasn't been filed or if it's because we haven't had the CEUs.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't speak on something that I'm not aware of.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you.
D'Amato? No? Harrison? Madam Clerk, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Number 20, please. Someone asked to have number 20, 21,
yeah,
and that was Councilor D'Amato, 20,
Well,
21,
yeah,
and 22.
there's three related
Okay, yes.
resolutions that relate to the townships. The
Yeah.
manager is going to finish that sentence.
Yeah.
So as everybody probably knows, the schools had a special election on March 10th. There were two questions. Question 1 passed, which raised an additional $12.6 million in this year's budget for the schools. The concern is that when you have a referendum like this and you raise additional funds, when do the funds come due? So the on or about, I think it was, we adopted our budget, I think, on May 5th. I think the Board of Education adopted its budget the following day on May 6th. When a Board of Education adopts a budget, they also adopt an accompanying form called the A4F form. The A4F form is sent to the County Board of Taxation and lets the County Board of Taxation know how much money to raise for the schools, and the County Board of Taxation strikes a rate and sends that rate to the municipal tax collector. In the case of the $12.6 million from question 1, there was no opportunity to spread that $12.6 million over 4 quarters. So the $12.6 million would have been paid out traditionally under 2 quarters, those quarters being the tax bills that are collected on August 1st of this year and then on November 1st of this year. If we only paid, or if we only collected the $12.6 million over 2 quarters, there'd be an inevitable bump in taxes, extreme bump in taxes, and then the taxes would go down correspondingly in the 2 first quarters of 2027, which are due February 1st, 2027 and May 1st, 2027. So it was discussed at length in the Finance Committee by the mayor and councilors Williams and Birmingham. There was a desire for the town to take or issue a tax anticipation note to spread out the payments or spread out the taxes over 4 quarters rather than 2 quarters. So the 4 quarters that the $12.6 million would be spread out would be August 1, 2026, November 1, 2026, February 1, 2027, and May 1st, 2027. In order to do that, we have to issue what's called a tax anticipation note. So that our financial advisors, there's a couple corresponding documents that I handed out this evening. One is a letter to Superintendent Turner dated June 8th explaining what the town would like to do. On the rear of that is a schedule of when the $12.6 million is due from the town to the Board of Education or Montclair Public Schools. So Montclair, if approved, Montclair Public Schools would still get their $12.6 million in 12 equal payments of $1,050,000 between July 2nd of this year and December 14th of this year. They are made whole, so we're not deviating from that. But if we are able to issue, if it requires 2 things. One is issuance of a tax anticipation note by the town, and the second is that's reliant on the Board of Education or the Montclair superintendent reissuing what's the A4F form to the county county Board of Taxation, the county tax administrator, Board of Taxation, asking for permission to, instead of the 2 payments of $6.3 million each this year, to spread the $12.6 million over the 4 quarters that I mentioned before. There'd be 4 equal payments due by taxpayers of $3.15 million each, and over the course of the year, we would collect the $12.6 million. So the two parts. A, it requires the Board of Education, the Montclair School Superintendent, to make that request of the County Tax Board, and assuming that the County Tax Board is okay with that. And then B, the town issuing the tax anticipation notes. The tax anticipation notes do have a cost. There is a schedule that I also handed out this evening that was prepared by Phoenix Advisors, which is the town's financial advisors. There's 2 options. We would not be taking, option 1 is for $6.3 million in tax anticipation notes. That would create, assuming we are able to get the tax anticipation notes at 4% interest, we would be paying approximately $198,800 in interest for the tax anticipation notes. Option 2, which is not what we are looking to do, would be borrowing the entire $12.6 million. That is not necessary. That is not what's being proposed. But if the mayor and council are agreeable to issuing the tax anticipation notes to smooth out the tax payments, there is a cost, and it's approximately $200,000. Does that make sense? Does that explain everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that,
Yes,
Mr.
Councilor
Marks.
Toller?
No, I just wanted to thank Mr. Marks again. I appreciate your advocacy for the residents and trying to work out a deal with our Board of Education. I'm hopeful that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you too, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry. And whoever else is on the Finance Committee. Okay, Councilor Williams and Ms. Councilor Birmingham, wherever you are. Sheesh. It's important, and hopefully the superintendent will agree, because this will be a less of a burden on the residents. The only thing I wanted to mention is that this resolution is for a different township.
Oh, that was an earlier, that was a typo that was corrected. That was an earlier version, so I apologize for that. That's been corrected.
That's the same thing I said when I saw that. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so
Awesome.
We can, yeah, did, you moved it? and I
Well, with
seconded
the, can we move all three, or we have to do them individually?
Individually, no?
I think individual is
Okay.
best here. So you want to
Okay.
move
I'm
item
happy to
20?
move them individually, because they're all
Okay, so on
good.
21,
We're on 20, Mayor.
on 20,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Counselor D'Amato, you want to move it?
I so move.
Second.
Yep.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
21.
21, so moved.
21, resolution authorizing the chief financial officer of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex, State of New Jersey, and other township officials to undertake certain actions in connection with the sale and issuance of not to exceed $18,491,000 bond anticipation notes, Series 2026. So moved.
Second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
And finally, a resolution providing for the combination of certain issues of bond anticipation notes of the Township of Montclair into an issue of bond anticipation notes aggregating not to exceed $18,491,000 in principal amount, and I so move.
Second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Number 29, please. Someone was interested in pulling number 29 off of the consent
Counselor
agenda.
Toller.
Counselor Toller, please. Resolution 29.
It's okay.
Oh,
I meant to say 28, but it's already went through.
I'd like to move Resolution
sorry.
29. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Number 31.
Counselor Toller?
Yeah, I
Ask the
just wanted to
deputy
know where we were in the process or status of, is this still grant money that we're using, or
This
or
is-
have we
this is-
exceeded?
This is grant money. The change order is covered by a grant.
So we've spent all of the grant money and now we're spending,
Well, I wouldn't say it's spent, it's encumbered,
okay, same thing.
but the project is underway. We had a conference call with the architects this morning, and we're probably about 30 days out from substantial completion. If you peek in the windows across the hall, the walls are going up, and the sheetrock should be up in about a week.
Manager, I just had one concern, I guess. So if we're in the process of trying to decide our next steps in terms of where we're going and what we're going to do, if we're going to be here or if we're going to do some other things, which I don't know, to discuss or not, then why would we be investing any more money there? And just like I wouldn't necessarily go and put a brand new roof or $1 million worth of a elevator or anything until we're sure about where we're going and what our next moves are.
So we don't have an agreement to, a plan or an agreement to go elsewhere. We've already invested a significant sum of money in creating the senior hub across the hall.
Yeah.
This is additional grant money. Even if we were to come to an agreement with another entity to,
Demolish this building.
well, move to a different location,
Yeah.
that may be a year or two before, that becomes effectuated. So that's a year or two of use that the senior hub could be having otherwise.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
And learning.
And learning.
Yeah, no, okay, I was just really, just wondering that. For the same reason, are we gonna go ahead and get the elevator, get a new elevator and fix the roof on this building? Because there's a lot of things that I think need to have attention we're going to be here for another 2 years, which we definitely will be here for another 2 years.
So for the roof and the elevator, that would be our own money. This was grant funded, so this supplements additional grant funds that were, already spent on this project.
Yeah.
If we were to move, I would definitely want to make sure that whatever expense was reimbursed, that the town outlaid, would be part of that negotiated process.
Okay.
So
All
we're
right.
not.
No, that's good. It's just that when I read that, that's the first thing that came to my mind, like, okay, we're going to keep putting money, and if we come to an agreement where they say they just want to demolish the property, but I certainly get it now, and I appreciate you taking your time to explain it to me. Does anybody else have any questions on that one? Okay, Madam Clerk?
May I have a motion for item 31, please?
Move.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Number 32, please.
So we received a number of public comments urging us to include members of the public on this committee, which I think is a desirable thing to do. And I don't have strong views about how many members of the public, but
So,
Councilor, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Anderson?
yes, so this was actually developed by Councilor Birmingham to sort of go along with the new tree ordinance. As you saw, this committee is referenced, and I just want to emphasize the role of this committee, which, and that the intent, the plan, the role of this committee is to create an entity that will allow for interdepartmental collaboration in implementing and carrying out the responsibilities under the ordinance. So, so that's why the plan is really to have this be, the representatives be from among the township and administration. I will note that that this committee, as proposed, includes a representative of the Environmental
PRC,
Commission,
yeah.
as well as the
PRC,
Parks and Recreation
yeah,
Committee,
yeah.
both of whom are,
Residents.
private, like they're not township employees, representative of those already established committees, both of whom have responsibilities over, trees and have some, particularly the Environmental Commission, they actually have a tree committee. And I think they will be good representatives for what is supposed to really be an administrative committee here.
Yes, Councilor Toller.
Sure, thank you. I agree with Councilor Harrison. We should have members of the public, the residents as part of committee members. It's very similar to Complete Streets Board, where we don't have enough members of the community on board, and residents are forced to attend a Thursday meeting at 12 noon, which is a little unbalanced in my opinion. We have a lot of residents in town that have expert knowledge, who have been very helpful, not only to this administration, but past administrations. I really don't see the harm in adding residents as part of the membership committee. If you will, for Tree Canopy, we have some experts here. The other thing I wanted to say is I think we should table this until Councilor Birmingham is available. If she wants to, discuss it a little further about adding members of the public to this membership, I think we should afford her that opportunity to at least weigh in. And those are my thoughts. I'd like to see members of the public be part of the membership committee, because anything else is just not equitable. Yeah, you have Parks and Rec, a representative, that's great. Environmental Commission representative, that's great. But we have some residents that actually have some really good information. Advocates for trees, they should be a part of this discussion. Again, this isn't about us, this is about the future.
Again, so Mayor,
Deputy?
I don't have an issue with tabling this until we introduce the tree ordinance. But again, this is intended to be a working committee, and much like the Complete Streets Oversight Board. And there are other opportunities for members of the public who have expertise
It's
in the.
unbalanced,
Excuse me,
Deputy Mayor.
I'm not
sorry.
finished speaking.
You calm down, sis. Go ahead and talk.
I don't interrupt you, so
Just
please
go
do not
ahead.
interrupt me.
Go ahead.
So that is the reason why Councilor Birmingham proposed the membership to be, of this committee to be this way, but I think that it would be probably better to table this until July.
I'll second that, and, yeah, thank you for taking your time to explain.
And may I
to
just want to say,
explain
Mayor,
that,
that we
and I
have to have members of
also
the
like to
public on
thank
this.
you for having the respect to consider that Councilor Birmingham is not here.
Anything else is just inappropriate.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson? This is to table item
Yes.
32 until
Yeah.
July 14th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Birmingham, absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes?
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams? Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. And number 33.
This is requiring us to approve an agreement that's not been finalized. My understanding of the issues being discussed with public service potentially involve dollars, and what I'd like to add to number 1 and then now therefore to be resolved. And towards the end of the third line, substantially in the form submitted herewith, provided that no payment from the township to public service, electric and gas is required.
Second.
And I'd like to add the mayor and council on number 1. Can you add that to yours?
I'll
so we
second-
can just
second that as well.
that? Thank you. Right here, now therefore be it resolved, I'd just like it to say the mayor and council. Oh, mine doesn't. Mine says the council of the township. I must have gotten a knockoff.
The first line has both, the second, the now therefore has both, and then the other one
Oh,
doesn't.
here, okay. So you moved it? Did you move it?
Yes.
And who seconded it? You
Councilor
did.
D'Amato.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham, absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes?
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Now, we're going to have a presentation about the
No. I'm sorry, Mayor. That was a vote on the amendments that were put on
I'm
the
so
record.
sorry. Okay.
Do I have a motion to
Move.
adopt?
Second.
Okay, as amended.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham, absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes?
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Now we're going to have a discussion from the Transportation Working Group. As we all heard this evening, there's a lot of interest in what's happening, what this group has been doing. I'd like to personally thank you for all of your hard work that you've been doing this. And yeah, let's hear from our Transportation Working Group Chair.
Well, I'm not the chair, actually.
I just thought that sounded
Thank
good.
you, I
Okay,
appreciate
okay.
that. So I just wanted to make sure, so that there are two committees under this working group that was established last year to explore, more public transportation options and enhancing public transportation options for people, residents of Montclair. And I just wanted to make sure that this council received a copy of this report that the committee members put together. This is basically a summary of all the work that's been happening for the last year, as well as a longer form summary of the public survey results. As you can see, we received over 2,300 respondents to this survey, which was launched in late November of this past year and remained open for 3 months. There was quite a bit of advertising about this survey, and the other good part of this is that much like how we got weekend train service to Bay Street many years ago, there was an effort to reach out to our neighboring townships that are along the Montclair-Boonton line, who also, particularly on the train, who were interested in getting more service for their residents. And the other part of this working group is to, look into the interest in, obviously, we did lose quite a bit of bus service because of, during COVID and after DeCamp folded. As the survey sort of indicated, there are lots of people in Montclair who do not live within walking distance of a train, particularly people who live like on the Valet Road, that side and many of those are seniors. And so those are some of the things that were covered in the survey. We actually got the most number, we got the largest number of respondents, which is good. Mr. Giulia sort of summarized a lot of what's in this report. I think for me personally, this is a matter of, public transportation access is a matter of equity. People, a lot of people do not have cars in our town, about 30%, and that's established. We all know that the cost of gas and purchasing a car are skyrocketing. There are lots of families who do not have either reliable access to a car or only have one car, and that's an issue for people who have two jobs and what have you. The other part of, besides affordability, is having more more transportation options can help reduce the number of cars that are on the road. So I think this is something that I think is very much worth continuing to pursue. We had initial meetings. Mayor, you were there last June with the higher ups at New Jersey Transit. They were the ones that actually asked us to do a survey to gauge, whether or not there would be interest. And so that's what we did. We presented them with combined results of the surveys from Montclair, Glen Ridge, and Bloomfield. We provided that report. They are looking at that information more closely. And at this point, we are waiting for, we're gathering the assistance of Assemblywoman Collasos-Gill in setting up a follow-up meeting where we hope to sort of continue the discussions. For number one, more frequent train service on the weekends and, bus service that will serve working people, families, students, seniors. So just wanted to make sure that you had this, and if there are any questions.
No, I just think it's interesting that Don Zeef is on the committee, and I listened closely to his remarks this evening, but I think that's a good committee when you can have people that have varying opinions and express them, because that's when you usually come out with something that's the most representative of a large group. So again, I thank you for your hard work, your time. I thank you for inviting me to participate and to keep up with what's going on.
And I thank you for your support as well.
Yeah, Councilor Toller and then Councilor Williams,
Sure.
Or either the other way.
You can go ahead first.
Councilor.
I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of the survey results, because I know we've had some speakers come and they said thousands and thousands of people spoke. It's 2,300 people, so I've been advocating through the Transportation Ad Hoc Committee, which I guess this is a subcommittee of this committee. Is that correct, Deputy Mayor?
You mean the shuttle bus committee?
The Transportation Ad Hoc Committee, because it broke
That is
off.
this committee.
Okay, so
there's
I don't
the
know.
working group and their two.
Yeah, because I don't see my name here. I guess I got dropped from the committee, but that's
You were on the
okay.
shuttle bus subcommittee.
No,
You
well,
were on
maybe
that
I was, but I haven't seen any reports, so I'd like to, if you could forward the report that you mentioned that has, I guess, data and results from Montclair, Bloomfield, and Glen Ridge to everyone, that would be appreciated. The other thing is, I know that during those meetings, I was advocating that this group, really do boots on the ground, knocking on the door, talking to the residents that live by the train stations, and that did not happen. With over 40,000 residents in the town, 2,300 residents, that's just under 6% of our residents over 3 months. Those survey results are a little weak. I don't believe, and maybe you can clarify, if door knocking, flyering was done at any of the residents that live near the trains. I know I've spoken to people at Matthew G. Carter, and they are not really interested in increased service because of the noise, because of pollution, because of congestion. I've heard some speakers talk about the farmers market, but no one's talking about the residents that live near any of these train stations and what type of outreach has happened or will happen to speak to them. If you had a survey out for 3 months and it's under 6% total for residents, I don't know if that's a good enough thing to move forward with. That's just my opinion. I do like the idea of trying to get more bus lines back in service for residents to get around, because it's needed. I'm really concerned with the things that Don mentioned tonight. Again, air pollution is real, congestion, EMS getting through, police getting through, fire getting through, with more and more trains on the weekend. I beg that this New Jersey Transit Committee make the effort and talk to every single resident that lives around all 7 of our train stations, because under 6% survey results for 40,000 residents, in my opinion, is not enough to try to move forward on increased service. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, so thank you for those comments. Number one, the survey was available, and I know if for the shuttle bus committee, you did propose boots on the ground. Anybody was more than welcome to do that, but as we discussed under that committee, that is an exceedingly large amount of work. And so, again, I don't know if you actually spoke with any of the residents with regards to the residents of the Matthew Carter houses. I do remember asking you, who are the residents, and I'd be happy to speak with them. I'd be happy to meet with anyone at those apartments. I never got an answer. But there will be other opportunities for public engagement, and that's part of the plan. Because we don't actually have a response from New Jersey Transit. I don't think we're there yet, but per the report, public engagement is part of the plan. This isn't going to be, it's not going to be an automatic thing. There's going to be more negotiation. And as far as the number of survey respondents, I believe the numbers are pretty comparable to what we got back from the affordable housing survey that the EDC did. So, so I happen to think that, even if we didn't get the number, if we didn't get a huge number, this to me is enough to indicate that public transportation is something that residents rely on, depend upon to get around, and it's worth pursuing.
Yeah, and the process is still continuing.
Yeah, I just want to clarify one point. Yes, excuse me, Mayor, I'm going to clarify this one point, please. Okay. In regards to the Matthew G. Carter residents, I don't recall you asking me. If you have an email, forward me. I know that I've asked, and I sent an email. But, you and Councilor Williams were boots on the ground to go knock and put flyers on doors on Sutherland. You should be able to go do that at Matthew G. Carter and not expect me to do it for you.
I'm happy to work with you on that.
And that's, no, you don't need to work with me. You should just go do it. You understand what I'm saying? Go do it. And in regards to this, one of these committee members, he actually owns a bus or some kind of company. I don't know if he can remain non-biased in wanting more transportation, because it would benefit his company on some level.
Councilor
It
D'Amato?
has a lot to do with it. Councilor Hellman has a lot to do with it.
Councilor D'Amato?
So,
We're talking about
maybe we
what
should
you
just
should have
focus on the
done.
things that we agree on now, and which is probably the most realistic thing that would happen, which is that if we could advocate for bus links, so as Mr. Zeef said, this really came into focus with the demise of DeCamp. And remember, DeCamp was doing this for a long time, and the fact that they couldn't make it work, does tell you a lot about the profitability of this, and that we're not unlocking some great gift for New Jersey Transit, but giving them, we're
Yeah.
kind of begging for something. But I think that my constituents, I've never met anybody who said that they wouldn't like to have an available bus into New York, to Port Authority on the weekends. It's a big ask. There's obviously some division on whether there should be weekend service. When I've walked that neighborhood, and the number of people who said no was for me surprisingly small, because if I lived quite close to the tracks, I might be against it. But I think everybody likes the idea of bus service, and they really miss that. And so I would be in favor of exploring whether we want weekend service, and then we are a constraint on that, because I guess we do have we do have a resolution or an ordinance as a quiet weekend thing that we would want to remove if we went to them for that, and we can work on that if we want to do that. But in the meantime, I would show me where I can sign and vote for a resolution to NJ Transit saying we would like bus service, the old 66. And if they called it the 66, that would be even better.
There are surveys you can sign up for.
Okay,
through Transit.
Councilor Williams?
So, it has nothing to do with what we were discussing. I just want to wish a happy birthday to my favorite constituent, my wife.
Oh,
I'm spending her birthday with you all. But I'll
maybe
make it
you
up to
can
her
make up for it. I'd like to
this weekend.
congratulate Councilor Williams. He's being honored tomorrow night by the Montclair, Thursday night by the Montclair Inn, for just his outstanding leadership and service to the community. I'd like to join them. I in fact have the honor of participating in that. And so thank you very much. There's still tickets left if anybody would like to purchase a ticket to come. It's for the Montclair Inn. The resources are all going to help Montclair Inn stay afloat. As many of you know, they've been dealing with some difficult times, just like all of us. So yeah, congratulations to you. Happy birthday to wifey, and yeah. Is it? When's your birthday?
It's Pride Day.
Happy birthday to you.
Councilor Harrison has something to say.
To return to, I mean, I am a big advocate of mass transit. One of my regrets of switching jobs is I don't get to take mass transit anymore. I miss the train. But to do this seriously, I agree with Councilor D'Amato that, I don't think we're going to get everything, and certainly we're not going to get everything right away. Restoring more bus service is, I think, the thing the town misses most. I think there are practical issues with train service going to Montclair State, not only the running over people at the farmers market, but the length of time for the round trip is a consideration. That was one of the things that first led to just going to Bay Street, was because they could do the trip and back. I think, having said that, I think pushing for hourly service, because there are days where I would have loved to take the train, but I can plan going in, okay, we get in early, but the coming back part, where it's an 8:11 or an 11 o'clock train, when we go to dinner, I'd like a 9 o'clock train, but there isn't one, and we end up driving. And and now that we don't have the bus option, which was always nice of, okay, if we're not getting a train, we can get the bus back. I think that pushing for that probably will have more of a practical effect than going out. And I think there are practical issues from New Jersey Trans. I think Don's reflecting that just in terms of his discussions when he was instrumental in getting the Bay Street service,
he was.
And at the limits then. But I think transit should look at it, because it clearly is a deterrent, just having 2-hour service.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Sorry, Mayor. I thought we were just having a discussion. With the buses, it clearly is something that has farther reaching impacts than just Montclair. So I think that's the benefit of working with some of these other municipalities, like Bloomfield, West Orange is also aware of what we're doing, Verona. So, but if you, I'd encourage you all to read the full report. The survey did tease out like some of the issues that we would have to address as a township. And again, all of this is currently in New Jersey Transit's court. And hopefully we'll be able to continue the discussions.
Awesome. I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn. I'd like for Councilor Williams to get home at least the day of the birthday.
Second.
You got a half hour. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. Thank you all. Gone.